Welcome to League Night, July 2023. We are halfway through the fourth Virtual Diplomacy League season, and we have four rollicking good games for you featuring some of the best players from across the globe and some great commentators for you as well. Siobhan Nolan and David Hood, who you'll be hearing from in just a second. You are blessed with the presence of the 2019 Weasel Moot champion and Alpha Weezer for life, Zachary Moore, breaking down all the moves, the dots, the stabs, the Care Bear play, if there is any, and the big moments. Buckle your seatbelts, put on your safety vest. It's League Night. It's July 8th. Let's go.
Now there ain't nothing to it, go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile born, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions, know that he is something. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that, y'all. Here we go. I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'm a big gun, but
still watch me escape. Well, welcome to League Night, July 2023. We are bringing you four Virtual Diplomacy League games. The first two have concluded. The final two are underway as we speak. I am Zachary Moore, 2019 Weasel Moot champion, and a rich man's Brian Pravel. I am joined by Siobhan Nolan, the royalty of the West Coast, the badass whipping tournament, and David Hood from the other coast, the elder statesman. I'm sorry, not elder, the statesman of diplomacy, Mr. Hood. And I'll start with you, David. What are you thinking about tonight's games?
Well, I can't really hear you very well because I'm up in age and my hearing is failing, so I can't really hear you all that well. But I'm assuming you're asking about tonight. And what I'm excited about is that this is about roughly the halfway point of the VDL season. And this is the time that sometimes we have players that have been playing a certain way and then they pivot and play a different way in the second half of the season. We'll also have probably some new players coming in because there's no reason why people couldn't start playing now. So I'm looking forward to seeing that mixture of players. And then I'm also, frankly, looking forward to doing our coverage of Olympus games tonight, which I know we're going to get to later in the evening.
Yeah, David, we have had a kind of resurgence of players in this VDL season. We started out hot, breaking records in March and April of VDL, and then we settled into our usual summer slowdown. But about 60 players have already played this season, and in round 3 alone, the game's happening right now, we have 5 VDL first players battling out across 2 boards. So like you said, it's never too late to jump in, and it's never too late for someone to jump in from off of the standings to the top 7. Siobhan, you have been at this for a large percentage of your life. I'm not going to call you an elder statesman.
I'm getting there though.
What do you think? I mean, it's halfway through the season. This is our 4th time through the calendar with the VDL. What do you expect as we kind of round out the summer months here?
Well, I will say this is my first time hosting or commentating on a VDL broadcast, and so I'm really excited to be a part of this. I've watched it for a long time. I have not been watching this season as closely as I normally would like, but I figure about halfway through a season, you're going to see some people starting to heat up, want to get some really solid results, and just the competition should be fierce, and which is what I'm really excited to see tonight.
Thanks, Siobhan. I'm shocked. I did not know this was your League Night debut. I'm sorry for not making more pomp about that. Welcome to the team. I know you coastal elites mostly dabble in tournaments, but in the Midwest, we like a little long, drawn-out league. You know, that's what we did in Minnesota. That's what they do in Chicago. We like to let the tension and the anxiety and the anger build over 11 months. And so I'm excited to see, you know, these relationships develop over time. In a tournament, you've had a few months to get over your last stab. You have some time to breathe and calm down. In the league, these relationships really You're shaking your head like you never get over it. The league seems
I
to
never get
kill.
over it. That is a true thing.
You sure don't. So I'm excited to see how these relationships pan out, how these players who have stabbed each other in June, in May, in April, now behave towards each other in July when it's time to start making big moves. You need some trust to make a big move. And let's lay a little bit more context on this game. I'm going to throw on the current Virtual Diplomacy League standings. And in doing so, I'm going to remind everybody about our beautiful little diplomacy website here, diplobn.com. I'm showing you the bottom of the standings right now. Let's scroll to the top. diplobn.com/VDL. You can get all the standings, stats, and games right here. And it's a beautiful site built by our Emperor Brandon Fogel. The stats page, I mean, you got power by power breakdowns, who's doing the best, who's got best countries. You can look at every individual game from the season right here on the site. Lots of good stuff to play around with for you nerds and dorks who want to get really into the details. I mean, David, take a look at these standings. A lot of familiar names, a couple names that you might not expect. What stands out to you about this top 19 on the screen?
Well, the fact that Nicolas Taillé is in number one doesn't stand out to anybody. The fact that Cody Green is in third shouldn't come as much of a surprise to people who have been watching League Night, because they've seen that Cody has been playing a lot of games and has been getting steadily better results in those games. So seeing him up there shouldn't be that much of a surprise. Frankly, I think the fact that Matthew Tatanchi is up at fourth is a little surprising even to me. I'm glad to see it. He's been a durable, strong, reliable player for a while. It's good to see him up in the top seven. Some of these other names are people we're used to seeing. We're used to seeing Ben. We're used to seeing Jason, Jackson, Johnny, McCallus, the good Brandon. We're used to seeing some of these people up on the list. I'm really glad to see some people that we haven't been talking about for the last 2 years, but instead have just been talking about mostly in terms of this season with good results.
Yeah, Siobhan, I mean, looking outside this top seven, a lot of familiar names in the top seven. David, you mentioned Cody Green, kind of the renegade entry into the seven that we haven't seen so high in the standings before. Siobhan, who are you looking at in this 8 through 19 that looks like, that you would expect to find their way in by the end of the season here?
I mean, you have some of the obvious names, Michalis Kamaridis and Peter McNamara. Like, obviously, those are players who know how to move their way up the standings. They know what they're doing. They've won major tournaments. I mean, Michalis just won Dixie most recently, didn't he, David?
He did.
And Peter McNamara, tried and true. Like, everyone knows how good he is. I will reiterate, seeing Matthew Tatanchi in fourth place is amazing. Right now, he was at Whipping this year, lovely player, and he knows what he's doing, and I hope he stays up there in the standings. There's a few other names that I see that, I mean, even down in 15th, someone like Wes Ketchum could move up, given a few good boards. Christopher Ward is a solid player. Christian Brown. It's anyone's game, but I'd expect McCallus and Peter McNamara especially to move up before the season's over.
I think it's important to see how many scores are there. So if you've got some people that only have 2 or 3 scores, they can continue to move up quickly. But the way the scoring system works for VDL, in the way that someone who already has 4, 5, 10 games, their standing or their score is not likely to move around as much here as we go into the second half of the season.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's a good note. I mean, once you get past 5 or 6 games, and especially once you've had a couple of board tops, I mean, the increasing your score gets tougher and slower. You start to need big results, and not just to accumulate these medium to medium plus results. So, and that's why we talk about the dynamic change in the end of the season, where players start to realize that, and all of a sudden an 8-center split board top looks a lot less appealing than it did in March.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, these are the standings. This is the lay of the land, as it were. Many of these players going today. I mean, just off the top of my head, Cody Green playing today, Jason Bennett, Johnny Gillum playing as we speak, Michalis Kamaritas in round 2. Brandon Dix was playing on the same board with him. Isaac Ukes played maybe a couple of boards, at least one. Peter, Christopher, Christian Brown, a lot of these players going at it today. So it's not going to be an easy slate. If you're going to move up the standings, you're going to have to go through one of the top players in the world to do it.
You know, one quick other note for people who may be tuning in for the first time, you may not know how international this field is. If you look at this list, you've got players who are located in France, obviously in the US, in Canada, in the UK, in the Netherlands, in Australia, in Switzerland, in Estonia, in Israel, just from my quick glance at the top 19 here.
Yeah, no, that's such a great point. And some of what comes into virtual diplomacy, especially, is like the time zone difference and when people choose to play. Because we've got all across from the west coast of the United States and Canada, all the way to Australia and throughout Europe and everywhere in between that direction. And it's such a fascinating mix, and that's what I love about the Virtual Diplomacy League, is that it brings together such an interesting cast of players who don't always get to play together.
You hit it on the head. Well, the stage is set. The melting pot is ready to be stirred, and I can't wait to enjoy the fruits of that. So we'll take the standings off the screen and bring in our first game, which happened at 3 a.m. Eastern time. This is typically a very Euro and Australian-centric game, but we always have a couple maniacal Americans who decide to stay up through the night. Today in Austria, it's Peter McNamara. England, Matt Lynch. France is Bradley Grace. Germany is Nicholas Lawton. Italy, Christopher Ward. Russia, Cody Green. He is one of those maniacal Americans out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. And Turkey is Wes Ketchum, former Weasel of Chicago, now living in Switzerland. I'll start with you, Siobhan. We know these names quite well. I mean, seeing where they're arranged on the dynamics, what do you expect to see? What are you interested to find out?
I mean, this is such a fascinating board to me. So you said it started at 3 a.m. 3 a.m. What time zone, Zach?
Eastern time zone, 3 a.m.
Eastern time zone. Okay. So it makes sense that Peter McNamara in Australia is on this board. It feels like one of the more accessible time zones to him. Even Matt Lynch in Dublin, Ireland. I find the U.S. player is a bit of a interesting choice to play that early in the morning, Cody and Wes Ketchum. So well done, you. But I mean, it's, to me, obviously Peter McNamara stands out here. He's a standout player. He's been a world-class player for years. And even in Austria, he's a major, major threat. And so I wonder what the East has to offer that. Chris Ward, Cody Green, and Wes Ketchum are all strong players as well. But against the machine that is Peter McNamara, I guess we'll see. But maybe that'll be such chaos that the West can benefit.
And you know who might benefit is Bradley Grace, who is on somewhat of a tear lately, both face-to-face and in other modes of play. He's, I think, currently leading the Olympus final. He won the SpireCon tournament in the UK, has had other good results in virtual tournaments. I'm also just really happy to see Matt Lynch back, our resident Irishman, who played a lot in the early days of the pandemic, hasn't played as much lately, so it's great to see him back.
Yeah, real pleasure to see Matt Lynch. It's been a while. A very fun player to play with, a guy who you can absolutely come out and have a good result. You can see this is his VDL debut, so nowhere to go but up for Matt Lynch. As we get into spring 1901, the way we're going to do this today is we're going to split it up. We're going to let one of you, Siobhan and David, take the spring. The other one's going to take the fall, and whichever one is sitting out the season can maybe chime in with a couple thoughts if the main person misses something, which of course would never happen. So, David, why don't you walk us through spring 1901? Take us through the beginning of the beginning of the beginning.
All right, starting at the beginning, looking at these openings, you see an interesting French opening with not only supporting themselves to Burgundy, but going to English Channel. That's an unusual combination. Of course, I like it because I love doing interesting things as France and not worrying about taking both Iberian. You've got Nicholas in Germany maybe thinking he was going to bounce Burgundy there, but that is not what happens. We do have bounces in the Black Sea and Galicia, which is never surprising in this game. And the all-important question of where the Italian army is going, the answer is nowhere.
Yeah, no, I think that about covers it. I mean, the French openings are the most interesting. The rest is a little bit spring '01. Everyone's waiting to see what's happening.
Well, they're all waiting. Let's give it to them. Let's give the people what they want. Follow one. Siobhan, I saved this one for you.
All right. Okay. So, I mean, we do have Turkey going into the Black Sea, Austria doing the usual, supporting themselves into Greece, Italy convoying themselves to Tunis, but also walking right into Trieste, which in the fall feels a little less than planned with the Austrian. The German with the move to Ruhr finally, and France picking up Belgium while also bouncing England in London, which is an interesting combination. So France still picks up 2 in Belgium and Spain. Portugal's going to be there later, but they do have Matt Lynch in England a little spooked with the move back to Yorkshire. So, I mean, I feel like this spells only good things for the Russian, Cody, because the English player has only the south to look instead of up and to the east.
Yeah, unless Cody really doesn't like Black Sea occupied by a Turkish fleet. So, obviously Turkey supported the Russians into Romania, but also took the Black Sea. That French move to London and Belgium was awesome. England could only block one of those. So one of those had to go. That's one reason that Bradley moved the way he did.
It's so good.
Sharp moves by a sharp player. We'll see if he can put together some sharp builds in the winter of 1901. It's going to be +1 for Matt Lynch's England, 2 for Bradley in France, 2 for Lawton in Germany. Wardy's going to give us 2 in Italy, 1 for McNamara, and 1 for Ketchum, 2 for Cody Green, getting both Romania and Sweden. I say we just put them on the board and dive into spring.
Whew.
I think the Western builds paint a picture, don't they?
Well, it doesn't really tell you where Germany's going yet. Because you almost anything that you were going to do here, you would build an army and a fleet and probably build them there.
Yep.
Well, I'm going to say that's the beauty of being Germany in '01 is almost no matter what, your builds don't paint too much about what you're going to do next. You're like, oh, Kiel borders both sides. I could build a fleet there. But, I mean, I'm just going to say I find the English and French fleet builds very indicative of where they're going right now. I think this is nothing but great for Christopher Ward in Italy. And double army build from Russia, David?
Yeah, I was just looking at that. A lot of people nowadays do not want to commit with their Russian build. They don't want to commit with the Northern Fleet or Southern Fleet, so they just build 2 armies because he couldn't build in Warsaw anyway if he wanted to. So this is not terribly surprising to me, but it certainly does not show wanting to take risks in 1902. And I think Russia sometimes needs to take risks in order to get out to enough of a lead on both sides of the stalemate line to stay alive. But we'll see. The army works many, many times as well.
I mean, it works just as fine, but I feel like if I were Russia at this moment in fall of '01, I'd be looking at that Northern Fleet build saying, oh, England is focused majorly elsewhere and I could get away with it.
Cody Green looking to avoid commitment, trying to find something casual. Let's see if he can find it in the spring of 1902. And I think I'll flip the seasons to give us a little diversity. Siobhan, why don't you come in with spring 1902?
Spring 1902. Oh, okay. We got lots of little red arrows there. North and English just bounce against each other. Norway optimistically tries to follow up in the north. And Russia moves St. Pete into Finland. Obviously on a move in Norway in the fall. But in the southeast, Austria takes Trieste back, but Italy takes Serbia with the help of the Russian, which is interesting. And so Peter McNamara has some problems because he's also losing Greece to the supported convoy with the help from the Turk. So an AIT or no, IRT forming. Yeah. I forgot how the letters work. Yeah. And then meanwhile, there's just some dipsy doodles in the west. The German takes Belgium, but France supports himself into Burgundy, which feels like a suboptimal move, but I'll let David tell me what I've missed here.
No, I don't think you missed anything, but I just wanted to point out that the Italians slamming into Austria with help of Russia and Turkey is something that used to be more popular and now is really frowned upon, on the theory that then you're going to, enable Russia and or Turkey to get a leg up. This can be fine. It's all about diplomacy. From Christopher Ward. Does he have a deal with the Turks? Does he have a deal with the Russians? We're going to find out.
I mean, we'll find if those deals stand. I also just noticed that the Germans moved into Baltic, and so while the Russians can take Norway, they might lose Sweden, and there's just a lot going on there.
Yep.
There's a lot going on as we head into the fall of 1902. Can Christopher Ward make this work in the East, this run-in on Austria? I'll start with you, David. We'll see what happens.
Well, he does make it work. Killing that fleet, you may feel like, why did you leave Serbia? It's because killing the Austrian fleet really helps you as the Italians not have to worry about that fleet presence anymore. And he does have the Turks in the Black Sea as opposed to in the Eastern Med. So Christopher Ward probably has some hope here. But anyway, in terms of the actual orders, the thing that I would also point out for the East is Warsaw to Galicia, because he's finally gotten into Galicia. Now Russia can get its piece of the puzzle. In the West, you've got a heck of a lot of red arrows because you apparently have EG fighting the French, which is what you've had, probably from the beginning of the game. We noticed that the French opening was supporting yourself to Burgundy and going into English Channel. That's not favorable and friendly to either of your Western neighbors if you're France.
Yeah, I mean, I will say my favorite order of this entire turn is Portugal to Belgium, convoyed over, well, attempted convoy, because MAO actually supported English Channel instead of convoying Portugal. And so it might have gotten in, except for that.
It would have.
No,
right?
it all would have bounced back. I think that was
actually
just Bradley being silly.
With Burgundy support, if Mao had convoyed.
Wait, but Belgium can't cut the support.
Yeah, if both the ships had convoyed, I think that gets in with Burgundy support.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
I mean, we'll have to analyze that later. I mean, that's hilarious to me, and I love a long convoy.
Well, he didn't really want to go in. He wanted to stay in Portugal. The whole point here was to screw around. But I think he wanted to stay in Portugal to take Portugal. I mean, if he really wanted to take Belgium back, he could have gone to English Channel to Belgium with support of Burgundy. That would have worked just as well.
But why are you leaving English Channel?
Exactly.
Anyway, we can analyze this for
I don't think he wanted to. And he wants to try to keep some option to turn the Germans to his favor. So he might not even care if the Germans have Belgium, if there's some chance he can get them to turn to the dark side of the force.
I mean, everything in diplomacy is the dark side of the force. So
we thank Bradley Grace for the most fascinating move of the game so far as we head into the winter of 1902. And just two powers are going to make an adjustment here. Nicholas Lawton's Germany putting down one, and Peter McNamara in Austria, despite being attacked from all sides, could build two if he had two places to build, but he's only going to put down one of them, and I bet you it's going to be Army Vienna. Not much to guess here. It will be, and an army for Germany, clearly not mad enough at England about that support of Sweden to switch sides. So looking still anti-French as we roll into the spring of 1903. And David, a pivotal turn here. I think we're going to learn a lot about the trajectory of this game, which is why I want to let you call it out.
Well, it would be pivotal if Germany had decided which way to go. But you can see that Germany actually decides for stasis is what they've decided to do. And the French actually get into the North Sea. Right?
Yes, they do, because Denmark supported it.
So the Germans built that army and then did, in fact, at least potentially, turned to the anti-English cause. So that's very, very interesting. And maybe this is payback for support of Sweden, because Germany, of course, goes in there now. In the East, this is sort of what Wardy was doing. He's getting rid of that fleet. He knew that was going to mean that Austria was playing one short. He didn't really care. about Austria, taking that stuff back because he was going to be able to do this, which is knock the Austrians out of Trieste. We still don't know what's going to happen here after Austria is dead, and I'm assuming Austria is going to die. We don't know yet what's going to happen here. We do still have the Turkish fleet in the Black Sea, not moving anywhere, not trying to reorient to go anywhere else. So this could be very fascinating to see who ends up being the odd man out there in the East after Peter, who was the original odd man.
Yeah, and I will say I feel like you've covered everything, but for me the most intriguing move of this turn is the triple support of Bulgaria on the part of West Ketchum. Like, there's some reordering that could have happened. It's not like Bulgaria was that threatened. And so what is Wes's plan from here on out? What is he expecting to do next? What is he hoping to set up is my question.
Well, and then you've got the fascinating, assuming that RT are together, they're supporting different people into Serbia to cause a big bounce. Yeah. That might be great for RT, but it is an unusual situation.
Or are they just not talking enough is the other question, which sometimes happens.
Clever, Peter McNamara. Fall of 1904, maybe not clever enough to keep him in the game. But I believe we are to Siobhan. You will be taking the lead on the fall of 03. Go ahead.
Yeah, so here we do see Peter McNamara losing another 2 centers, Budapest and Serbia, to the Italian and the Russian. Again, West Ketchum doesn't make much progress. You see a lot of support of Bulgaria, which I don't know if that's paranoia or just as Turkey. Sometimes you can just sit there and hang out in the box and wait for your time to shine. And maybe the RT is just waiting for Turkey to jump out and take the Italian dots when it is convenient. And meanwhile, in the West, I hate to say it, but it's a whole lot of nothing. A lot of supports, a lot of red arrows, some self bounces. Honestly, not a lot this turn.
Yeah, which is probably Nicholas thinks that's fine with him because he's going up for Sweden and the rest of it is just sort of going nowhere. So he probably thinks this is all just fine and he's got a place to build now in Kiel. I think the interesting move in this turn is Ionian to Tunis, actually. It looks like some kind of arrangement for the IT friendship to continue. What it does, though, is isolate Greece. It's an interesting move. It's clearly Christopher trying to make a deal with Wes and vice versa. The question is whether Wes is serious about it. I think Wardy is for sure serious about it. But is Wes serious about it, or is Wes getting ready to reorient his troops and units against the Italians? We're not going to know till 1904.
And here comes 1904 after the winter in which Cody Green will build again in Russia. Nicholas Lawton continuing to build despite some difficult board position. Christopher Ward's going to put down 2 in Italy, and Peter McNamara down to his last dot. We'll have to pull one of those. We'll just throw them on. Finally, a fleet for Germany, Army fleet in Italy, and another Army Warsaw for Cody Green. He's going to stick to the south. And we're going to be to Siobhan Nolan to break down spring 1904. The East and the West collide.
They do finally. You start to see some interesting shifts in the West, actually. The first thing that jumped out to me was North Sea supporting Eddie to Yorkshire, which is maybe just to get him out of Eddie for a minute and maybe hope for a convoy with the German. We'll see where that goes. If it's an FG and EG or this, that. I don't think the West even knows exactly what it's doing because Germany seems to be positioning itself to make a play on the North Sea, make a play on Norway, they're in Prussia with an army. They tried to go for Silesia. The shift is actually really interesting and I'm fascinated to see where that goes. But on the flip side, Christopher Ward drops into Piedmont, drops into Tyrrhenian Sea, drops into Ionian, keeps Greece, which is wide open, holds on to Trieste in Serbia, while the Russian moves into Vienna. Peter McNamara, it was nice knowing you. So you really are starting to see the clash.
Yeah, I will say this. Bulgaria is a very supported province in this particular game. We do not know yet what Wes is planning to do, and maybe Wes doesn't know yet what Wes is planning to do, but It's going to be up to him, it looks like, on what's going to happen here.
Yeah.
Fall of 1904. Will this be the turn that the Turkish dots move with maybe a black arrow? It is. David Hood, tell us about it.
So the IT is on. The Kraken has been released here in fall 1904, I think, unless there's. I know he also goes to Greece, but my guess is that Italy's fine with that because Italy is taking. I see. Italy lost Trieste though because Venice didn't order to Trieste. Interesting. That is actually pretty interesting, but it's certainly not good for Cody, who has lost Romania and Budapest. So I think that Greece is probably arranged. I doubt that West was hitting both people and just saying, I don't need an ally. In the West, still a lot of red arrows. There's clearly an FG, but G's mostly about getting his own stuff from Russia and not really doing much with respect to the English front. Sometimes you can do that as FG. If England is weak enough, you can go do other things and just contain them and kill them later. And they may think that's the way to play the FG, what I call the Wellington Alliance or the Waterloo Alliance. That may be what they're doing. Like the Waterloo,
Yeah.
FG's, what is FG? We've been calling it the Continental, I think. Anyway, keep going.
I think we've been calling it the Continental, and yeah, no, I think this is an interesting turn. I thank you for pointing out the hold in Venice because I did not spot that initially. And if Trieste had been supported, I can't see a reason they would want to keep Peter McNamara alive. But maybe he's just such a nice guy. And Germany taking Norway at this point, where I think there was some work with the Russians in the last year or so. So that clearly has ended, and whatever the West is trying to figure out is coming to fruition.
They're figuring out something as we head into the winter of 1904. Christopher Ward will be deleting one unit because of that decision not to cover Trieste. And Bradley Grace building one from the swap of Belgium. Cody Green finally getting knocked back. He'll have to pull. Wes Ketchum, after years of holding in Belgium, is going to put down two. And these two, it's going to be hard to stay neutral with these two. He's going to declare a direction. And you got to think he's going north towards Russia based on those most recent moves. We'll throw those on the board, and then it will be Hood for the spring of 1904. Double army for Turkey and a fleet Brest.
Can I pause here on the double army for Turkey?
Go.
David, yes, no?
Yes, please.
Do you love it? Do you hate it?
Well, if you're going to be an IT guy, which he's apparently going to be an IT guy, then you got to build the two armies or build an army in a wave, because you can't build a fleet here and be friendly with the Italians. So I think that he had to build the two armies.
Yeah.
There's an argument for doing Smyrna here instead of convoying that army around. I mean, there's arguments for various things, but
Sure.
I'm sure he can make this work too.
Yeah, I think I prefer army wave in this moment, but that's me.
Into the spring of 1905, Mr. Hood, we'll see if he can put those armies to use. He kind of does.
Yeah, that's what you do there, because you can't be sure that Galicia is not going to hit Romania. So you might as well make Romania the moving unit, and he does that, and that's nice, as we say down here. That's a nice set of moves. Peter is not only gone, he is gone with his only unit being destroyed in spring of 1905. McNamara, we barely knew you. As you can see, and we knew this from the Italian disband, the Italians and the French have made a deal here, which is understandable under the circumstances, because they were just sort of banging their heads against each other. Again, you've got the Germans basically just standing put with their armies, but their fleets are doing all the action here, which is, Nicholas has actually got an interesting game going here as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, no, I agree. The German position is one of the most fascinating to me here because I feel like they have the most opportunity moving forward into the mid and late game. The IT, I love what they're doing in the end. I didn't like the build, I will say it, but it seems to be working out well.
I'm a little puzzled on Denmark to Baltic, when Prussia, well, I'm sorry, when there's no army to convoy through, which if you'd brought one of your armies back to Kiel, that would make more sense. I'm just a little puzzled about that one, unless there was some kind of arrangement that they, that France didn't want him to have another unit on the North Sea or something. There's something about that seems a little weird.
It feels like a lot of miscommunication and a lack of trust in the West that is still happening, where Germany doesn't want to move one army back east to convoy, but yet needs to get a fleet away from the North Sea. And it feels suboptimal, but the way that the West has been moving has been like, we trust each other, no, we don't. We trust each other, no, we don't. And so here we are again.
Fall of 1905. We'll see if it's a trust or a don't turn in the West. Siobhan, starting with you here.
I'm going to go with absolutely not, because we have Belgium convoying to Edinburgh with support from Norwegian Sea, while Germany takes Belgium, but I feel like that's a little bit of an arrangement. I'll give you Edinburgh if you give me Belgium. France takes Irish Sea. Matt Lynch in England is just the short straw in all of this, as the Irish usually are in England, as history tells us. France does drop into Marseille, which we could talk about what that might mean for the history of Christopher Ward, but it's a singular unit. And I mean, the German position, he drops back into Denmark, he drops into Bohemia. Trieste gets into Budapest and keeps Trieste by supporting himself in there. Turkey takes Sevastopol. So I mean, the IT just chugs along in the east.
Yeah, it's really just good alliance play here with the IT and the FG.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
yeah,
we will.
I mean, just
it is, and Wes Ketchum, one of the weasels. He's cut his teeth in Chicago, not a city known for alliance play. Of the weasels, he is an alliance player. I mean, that's like saying, like, for an orca whale, he's pretty peaceful when he smells blood, but he's as alliance play as they get, and he's going to build one here with a fantastic position. So will his ally, Christopher Ward, after giving up Trieste, pick that back up. He's going to build one back. Nicholas Lawton seems to build quite a bit, despite a lot of fancy shuffling of the feet. And Matt Lynch has put up a good fight, but running out of time here is going to pull one off the board. We'll show those. And it's going to be armies all around. It's an army thick type of board here heading into the spring of 1906, halfway to what the likely time limit is for this game. David Hood, are we starting with you? Let's say we are.
Yeah, let's do that. It is an army thick board, which means, for example, no Italian fleet build means that Wardy was not going to immediately head west, and I didn't think he was going to do that. And he doesn't. He's still got work to do here in the north, with the Germans having already intervened. He felt like he needed to do that. In the west, it's really just the destruction of Matt there in England and the relocation of German units to the east. The question, once Matt is actually dead, is what does Bradley do then? Does Bradley then go into the Mediterranean or then slam into Nicholas's Germany? That's going to be an interesting question there. I don't know that Nicholas is going to have the choice there, having already relocated his fleets to the east. I don't think he's going to be in a position to go against the French. So the French are going to be the ones making the decision there. In the east, you do see some progress. I mean, the position is not a very fast moving position against the Russians, because until now the Germans had left the Russians alone. With the Germans now coming, we'll see whether the Germans get any benefit of that or if they just enable the IT to eat the Russian stuff quicker.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree that in the West that the French are going to have the deciding factor on what happens next after England has been eaten, which clearly is coming very, very quickly, and France is getting the lion's spoil of that. But also, I just want to say in the East, I was not praiseworthy of it earlier in the game, but I feel like Wes has played this perfectly, and the patience will really, really pay off, and Wes will be the deciding factor in the East as we move forward.
Let me just point out, Bradley's moves there in England were really good. Obviously
Hmm.
Matt made the wrong guess, but that was really smart. Killing that fleet in the spring means you take both centers.
Yeah. No, and it's France gets all of it. Germany has moved away from it. This is the perfect position for Bradley in the West.
Easy to underestimate the power of piffing a unit off the board, especially in a spring turn. We'll head into the fall here, and Siobhan.
Yeah, as expected, the London unit from Matt is piffed. Maybe he thought the North Sea would convoy him to Holland in some last hope attempt, which, we've all been there. But at the same time, France just takes it along with taking Belgium back from Germany, who, I guess goes to Holland in a retreat and moves away from Italy. So, like, we don't see an obvious move from Bradley down into the Mediterranean coming soon. And in the east, Turkey goes nowhere. And Christopher Ward goes back to the Adriatic, which is curious. And I suppose I have questions. David?
Well, he doesn't want to antagonize the French, so he wants to make sure he just plays defensively with his two fleets. The interesting thing here, and I guess I was assuming that Nicholas was going to go take his pieces of Russia, and I was wrong about that. So he's making a good strategic decision. He's been supporting the Russians. Actually, this is a stab of Bradley on Nicholas, and I bet he wishes that he had convoyed an English army to Holland. That would have been awesome, because he would have had a little puppet there on the continent that could only hurt the Germans. So I bet he wishes he had listened to when Matt's plaintive cry, "Please convoy me to Holland.
Just keep me alive."
But
that would have been great.
What has been decided here between Italy and France is that they are not going to attack each other. They're going to try to dominate their side of the board instead. And sometimes that's a legitimate decision for them to make.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to argue with that decision from Italy and France, knowing how stalematy that med can get. It's going to be 3 builds for Bradley Grace, who has now fully taken over the left third of this board. And Nicholas Lawton in Germany is going to pull one. Christopher Ward keeps on building. He'll throw one down. That'll be a telling build as to which direction he is going. Perhaps we'll show them fleet for Wardy and a couple armies for Bradley Grace. Not what you want to see if you're Germany. That is a stab, my friends. Spring 1906. Siobhan, you can tell us about the bloody, bloody West.
I mean, it's a stab indeed, and I almost always recommend never stab in the build phase, but I feel like the stab already happened. So the build phase was just a little cherry on top of the stab. So, we're taking Holland, we're moving forward with fleets, we're moving into Edinburgh. Brest's moving to MAO to support some stuff and do whatever. That's not that much of a concern. Bradley Grace's moves here are practically perfect. I don't think I'd change much of them, because then we can just shift forward into, okay, I'd change a few things when I have some time to analyze them. What I'm most puzzled by is Christopher Ward's decision to not do anything. Like, you moved into the Adriatic, you built in Naples, you have a fleet in Tunis, and you triple self-bounce.
You friendship with and peace with the French are fine, but you need to do something with it if you're Wardy.
Yeah.
And I guess the decision here is, do you try to get a jump on the Turks here? If you've got peace with France, then why not? Because this is going to be slow going against Galicia, Ukraine, and Moscow. As you can see, it's all stasis for right now.
Yeah, the French are going to take over this board if Wardy doesn't do anything, right?
I mean, that's probably right. Again, if you had instead decided, I'm just going to race the French, I'm going to try to get a jump on the Turks and try to race them and maybe intervene later, there's an argument for that.
Yeah, given the lack of Turkish fleets, given I mean, why put 3 Italian fleets where they are if you're not going to do something with them?
We'll head into the fall of 1907 and see if Ward can maybe think of something to do with those here. And he does, David. Talk us through that.
Yeah, he decides that if he's not going to go against the Turks, and he's not, then he's going to go the other way. Now you sort of have to do one or the other. You can get away as Turkey with waiting. I'm sorry, as Italy with waiting, but not when France is this freaking big. So that's why he felt like he needed to do that to do this, and I think it makes perfect sense. Otherwise, the West is sort of a slugfest. I don't see any poor tactics here. It's just people making guesses and making defenses. But getting Mid-Atlantic and the North Atlantic was Bradley's way to get around that, but now he's got to worry about the Italians.
Yeah, I mean, red arrows because of some guesses, but you had to expect this turn was going to be a lot of that kind of stalemate. And Bradley's a good guesser, but North Atlantic will change the game coming around. So we'll see how that goes moving forward.
Into the winter, Nicholas Lawton is going to avoid a disband. He snuck into Warsaw there. It's going to be another build for Bradley Grace in France, and just the two in the West. Not a whole lot of pieces moved in the East. It's going to be Fleet Brest for Matt Lynch because Marseille is occupied. And what is even the other build? Is that the only one?
That's the only one.
Germany stayed even because of disband.
And the Russians lost, and the Russians got one piff, so that's why they didn't remove another one.
That is. So that means we can just dive right into the spring of 1908 with you, Mr. Hood.
Let's do that. All right, now the IT has gotten around the corner because of the German move into Warsaw, for one thing, in addition to the Italians getting into Galicia. They're sticking together here, the IT is, and the Turks are pretty much doing the Italians are pretty much doing what they need to do, going to Lyon and bouncing the Mid-Atlantic. Bradley, having got that fleet in the North Atlantic, decides to go ahead and still send it around against the Germans. You can argue that back and forth, but I think he's making the right call. You've made a commitment to try to take out German dots. As long as you can sort of defend yourself against the Italians, go take German dots and don't overreact to the Italian moves. So I like Bradley's chances even now, getting to the Helgoland Bight and sort of rearranging his units to put maximum pressure on Norway, for example, and other places. So it's going to be a fun conclusion here in the last several turns of this game.
Yeah, and I'll say that my favorite moment of this is Piedmont to Marseille, just unassisted, just walk right on in. So well done for Christopher Ward on that. We did need a little shift in the dynamic because, like you said, David, last turn, with a France this big, Italy just can't be as patient as they might want to be.
Unless he had gotten a jump on the Turks and thought he could outrace him, but he just really hadn't done that. So this was the choice he had.
Well, things are happening. It's starting to cook into the fall of 1908. We're entering the end game phase. Let's see if IT stay together and if France can take care of business.
IT does stay together-ish, where they're supporting Germany into various spots. So the Italian supports Germany back into his home center of Munich. The Turk supports Germany into Moscow. And they don't make much progress elsewhere, but Italy holds on to Marseille and makes an attempt at Spain, which doesn't work out, and that's fine. But the French don't make any progress elsewhere that I can see. I see some confusing orders here, so I'm going to pull those up. North convoyed Eddie to Norway, but Eddie went to Denmark. Oops. So I don't know if that's a misorder, like a last-second change that just didn't get conveyed in one or the other. But
I think it's probably a misorder that wouldn't have mattered because the Germans supported both anyway.
Exactly.
As opposed to taking a shot at Holland, for example. The interesting question I have is the Italian keeping Marseille versus taking Spain. I might have been tempted to not worry about losing Marseille, let their army go back to Piedmont, and have my two fleets go after Spain instead. From a positional point of view, because then you've got Lyon and put Lyon in Spain. Now you've got two fleets on the Mid-Atlantic. You've got a threat to Portugal that way. I don't know. To me, that would have been an interesting decision to make.
No, that's a really good point.
All right, the winter of 1908 sees Bradley going backwards for the first time, and the resilient Nicholas Lawton in Germany putting one down. Christopher Ward also going to build from that little sneak into Marseille. It's 9-8, 9-7 among the big four. Lots of game to be resolved. And let's throw them down. Now we get the fleets. Fleet in Berlin, Fleet in Naples. It's going to be a pull of Eddie from Bradley. Spring of 1909 goes to you, Siobhan. Who can break out of this foursome?
I mean, somehow everyone. I mean, so the Italian gets into Spain this turn with the army, which I'm not sure is the strongest way to take that, though I understand that the fleets were less likely to be cut, but they do lose Marseille in the effort because Burgundy just walks in, but they backfill with Tyrolite, Piedmont, and all that. Turkey's a little bit of just a dipsy doodle clockwork, like, I gotta do something with my units, reposition the armies to, oh, wait, what are those armies going to do, West Ketchum? Let's look at armies in Greece and Bulgaria and Romania and Ukraine, and Galicia. Oh, that doesn't look so friendly to, oh, wait, who's your friend? It was Christopher Ward. So, meanwhile...
It might still be, but he's certainly giving himself an option. Not staying in Ukraine is not a pro-Italian thing to do.
That's my biggest question, especially while the German moves up to St. Pete.
The question I have is, if this is really West going after Chris, why would you not just move the fleet forward to Albania instead of going back to Aegean?
Fair point.
Yeah.
And then in the West, Germany does a bunch. They take St. Pete, they move to Baltic, they take Holland. Big turn for Nicholas Lawton. I don't want to overlook that.
True.
Very nice. Nicholas Lawton has had a lot of challenges this game and has risen to each one of them. We'll head into the fall of 1909. His task no easier than it has been. David Hood, take us through this.
All right, Ketchum. He does do it. Budapest, Serbia, both gone. Moves the fleet back to Greece. So that's that's a nice couple of moves from West, and he had to do something for him to have a shot at topping the board. He had to do something here. Wardy may wonder if he's made the right call by not trying to get the jump on Turkey, 3 moves ago or whenever he might have been able to do that. Because the Germans looks like they have now lost. I mean, they took Holland, they've lost it again, and it's to be expected. Christopher does lose the army Spain, takes Marseille back, so there's sort of back and forth going on there. Mostly this is a turnabout West Ketchum's move, I think.
Agreed. I mean, I saw it set up last turn. I was hoping I was right. I think Christopher Ward gets a rebuild from that disband in Spain. But other than that, it's West Ketchum and his builds. And
he's not going to because he lost Budapest and Serbia.
Yeah, and Warsaw will be wide open for him next year because the Russians are gone.
The power of Turkey's corner position. If you're alive and big, relatively big, getting towards the end of the game, you're in good shape.
Yeah.
Pretty good shape. Putting down 2 here, and another build for Germany after taking St. Petersburg. So 2 of the corners, 3 of the corners of this board really are spoken for. It's going to be a build for Bradley Grace as well. And we are at 9-9-9-7. Really a 3-dog race with 2 to 3 years to go on the clock. Let's see these builds. Exactly what you'd expect, I think, all around. It had to be a fleet for Bradley. Couldn't put it in Marseille. Obviously, a friendly disband for him. Spring of 1910. It's winning time, Siobhan. You know all about that.
I do know all about that, and I've done it a few times myself. Now, so in the West, I'll start there. The French fleet's moving everywhere you'd expect. I'd argue that there's maybe one too many French fleets in this moment, but that's a discussion for a different time. We get into North Sea, we get into NAO, some plans to move around and up and attack like Scandinavia, moving into the future. We take Marseille back because the Italians, Christopher Ward, unsurprisingly, are more irritated with West Ketchum than they are with anything else. So France just has every opportunity to jump into the Med unassisted. Wes just continues with everything he can continue with. He takes Vienna here. He makes an attempt on Trieste, but it doesn't work because of yeah.
Yeah.
It just and so because the support was cut. That makes sense. And moves out into Aegean. Attempts for Eastern Med. We'll get there probably next season, and so it goes.
Yeah, nothing really to say here except I wonder if the deciding factor here is that Bradley's not going to have anybody to fight to take Marseille, maybe even Tunis. Maybe Wardy just says, fine, take them.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised to see that fall of 1910. David, is that what Wardy does? Sure
Yes.
looks like it.
Yeah, he leaves Tunis on purpose. Now, the French leave Marseille. That's probably a sort of a tempo move there, under the theory that you can go back and take it later. I'd rather be in Piedmont now. If I keep another Italian unit on the board, that's good to slow down West, which is his competition. So all of that makes sense. The Turks sort of vacating even the ability to take German centers in Russia, I find interesting. It may be the right answer because you're tactically getting in position to finish off Italian centers, but I just think it's an interesting situation to be in.
Yeah, no, there's a few interesting things that I like about this turn. The move to Piedmont is great, I think, because like you said, tempo-wise, the French would rather be anywhere else. I will point out that, North Sea moving into Holland is a little bit of a callback to something I mentioned last season where I wish the French had one more army instead of that many fleets. Because I would much prefer to see an army in Holland instead of a fleet for them moving forward if they want to continue tempo against Germany as well as Italy.
We'll take a look at winter of 1910. It's getting to the point where this might be the last set of builds you get. +1 for France, +1 for Turkey. Christopher Ward keeps going in the wrong direction. He's going to have to pull 2. Throw him down here. It's going to be an Army Smyrna, Army Paris, and Ward pulls from all over the map. Naples and Tyrolia. Spring 1911, it's 10 for France, 10 for Turkey, and they call it. A split top. I see disapproval. I don't know if this was time or if this was a draw vote. Maybe one of the players can chime in the chat. But if it's a draw vote, I'm surprised we didn't see a battle here.
Yeah, and I think Bradley would have been the one that thought he had a better chance of coming out on top, and that's probably right because of Marseille being take it whenever you want it.
I just feel like if you were close to timeout, why wouldn't you take Marseille in those last moments? Like, when the time call's coming, right?
Yeah, I would think you'd have a good idea that it's going to be your last
This feels very late
year.
for VDL. Like, it's rare for a VDL game to reach this length. And I mean,
maybe they were fine with tying at 10. I mean, they both played really well. Maybe they were fine with that. Didn't really want to push it. It's not a decision you'd make in October, maybe, or September, but maybe it's a decision you still make in July. Maybe they're not ready to pivot to, I only want it to sole top or nothing.
That's a choice.
That is a choice. And, West Ketchum is going to get a nice 10-center split. Bradley Grace with a 10-center split. For West, that'll be his second best result of the year. And for Bradley Grace, that will be probably one of the higher for him as well. As I look at his standings, that'll be his top result of the year. So maybe they just want to get some forward momentum in the standings. A couple of guys who haven't put up a ton of high point games yet, but we got to keep moving into the 145th Virtual Diplomacy League game. By the way, throw it down in the chat. Actually, I want David Hood to tell us what the theme of these games are so far. The last one was something with a
Let me
K,
pull that back
and
up.
this one is Kyogre, and this game is Empoleon.
Napoleon. Yeah, I don't know why you don't think I'm up on all things Pokemon.
Yeah,
I was
very
just gonna
nice.
say they're Pokemon.
Very
Aren't
nice.
they?
I
don't
but
think
I know
they
that
actually are.
Look, I got kids. I mean, they're like 27 and 30 now, but I got kids. They used to be Pokemon people. I watched a hell of a lot of Pokemon episodes in my time and played a lot of Pokemon games.
Oh, yeah, no, they are Pokemon. I haven't played Pokemon since the original version, so I don't know any of the newfangled ones.
Yeah, those are both newfangled ones.
Very
now,
nice.
if you throw a Snorlax up here, I'll know exactly who that is.
Exactly.
Well, VDL 145, the newfangled Empoleon, will feature in Austria Wes Ketchum coming off a split top in the game we just saw. In England, it's Brandon Dix from Santa Rosa, California. France, Timothy Crosby from Florida, longtime VDLer. Germany, Isaac Ukes, who just was the GM of our round one game. Thank you to Isaac for helping out there. In Italy, it's Christian Brown. Always a good time, maybe not always a long time. In Russia, it is Mikalis Kamarites out of Brighton, Great Britain. And in Turkey, Jason Bennett from Maryland. David, Siobhan, it's another name. It's another board stacked with names that we know. 6 of them in the top 15 of VDL. That seems worth noting.
Yeah, and if Timothy Crosby is the odd person out, then that's a strong 7. Because obviously Tim's had a lot of success in the last 18 months himself.
Yeah, I mean, these are a lot of names I see time and time again in virtual diplomacy as well as some tournament play. Wes Ketchum, we just came off a game with him where he just played it so perfectly. Tim Crosby, glad to see his name again. Christian Brown, we'll see what he can do in Italy. There's this Mikalis guy who I'm not sure I've ever heard of, so we'll see what that British guy can do.
That guy, he's a riot.
He is.
Jason Bennett, by the way, up and coming player, really, really smart player, and there's it's no shock that he is currently in 5th place.
Yeah, no, I do think it was a good call out, Zach, that everyone except for one player on this board is in the top 15, but don't rule out Timothy Crosby. He's such a strong player, and I've watched some really, really good play from him over the years. So I think he has an interesting opportunity here if the rest of them are fighting amongst themselves.
One of the very fun players in the Virtual Diplomacy League to watch play. I'm sure he'll entertain and dazzle us here. I'll also note that we have 4 Virtual Diplomacy League games today. This is the second. We're also going to have 2 games from the Olympus tournament semifinals, which concluded, I believe, last month. Olympus is a large press tournament that has started just here in the past, I would say, half year, has really gotten going, run by Bob the Builder / Zeus, whatever you know him as on Discord. They have quite a large list of players. I believe it's 98 players starting in 14 games, and the semifinals consisting of top board winners from the first 14 games, and then the next 14 based on score. So that's going to be coming up later tonight, maybe way later tonight, but keep your eye out for that. Until then, we'll just watch this murderer's row of VDLers duel it out in round 2 of today's game, starting with Spring 01. Siobhan, I'll have you start us off here.
Yeah, absolutely. I see some fairly standard stuff happening in the West. Munich to Ruhr, Kiel to Denmark, Berlin to Kiel. Eddie in London go to Northern Norwegian. We see a move to Yorkshire. Support to Burgundy. I'm not too concerned about that. We do see the Italian walk right into Trieste in spring of 01, which I kind of do love to see. And A very Andrew Goff move of Smyrna to Syria while bouncing in Black Sea. That's for me, and then bounces in Black Sea and Galicia.
Yeah, really nothing to add.
All right. An efficient Spring 01, Fall 01. David, take it away.
All right, that Trieste to Budapest is a variant of the Borrow Trieste AI alliance, which I actually like, and we've seen it before. I don't think we see it enough, because the advantage of it is you're actually getting that Italian unit up to where it can actually do something instead of sitting behind the line, so to speak. So I like that a lot. The downside is that you're not taking Trieste off the map in terms of Austrian fleet builds for the Italian, but in terms of putting another unit on the line, you can move it forward, and then it's no longer behind the line and it's sort of unstable behind the Austrian line. So I like it a lot. In the West, the thing that really jumps out at you, and I was wondering about this when I saw Munich to Ruhr, but the support to Burgundy, thought, does that really mean that Germany needs to worry about Munich? And as it turns out, Isaac should have worried about Munich, because and the bounce in Sweden is also relevant here, because you've just been stabbed by the French and you've sort of antagonized the Russians, and you've bounced the English out of Belgium. So Isaac, man, I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
Not a lovely.
Crosby gets 3 builds though for France. We'll see if he builds all 3 of them.
If there was anybody that was going to get 3 on this board, it was going to be Crosby. He is a gobbler of dots. 3 for him, 1 for Isaac, despite the disastrous first year. Brandon Dixon, English, will throw 1 down. Christian Brown in Italy with 1 for Wes Ketchum's Austria, 1 for Jason Bennett in Turkey, and 1 for Michalis Kambritis, who was bounced out of Sweden. We'll see what those look like.
Apologies.
2 armies from Crosby. That cements the anti-German posture, and a fleet in Caen from Jason Bennett.
The fleet in Kiel is really surprising. I was getting ready to say, and of course now Germany's forced to build an army. They don't really want to build an army. They'd rather have a fleet. But I don't know about building a fleet here when you got a guy in Munich. That's it. Unless this was some kind of elaborate something where the French army is going to continue to move forward somewhere else. This is an interesting decision that Isaac has made building the fleet.
He is putting out some sort of olive branch, isn't he? Spring 1902. David, let's see what he does with it. Maybe he figures something out here.
All right. Sometimes, I was getting ready to say, sometimes there is a theory of the universe where you do all of this and the French go on to Silesia, which is apparently what they were trying to do, even though it got bounced. Denmark supports the Russians. I'm so sorry I bounced you, Nicole. I really need you now. How about you doing this? So the fleet build in Kiel was to make sure the English didn't get into Helgoland Bight. That is an interesting set of questions. It's an interesting set of moves. In the East, the thing that immediately jumps out at you is the Italians leaving Aegean and going west because of the French 3 builds. That's quite a reaction that Christian has made to the fact that France has gotten 3 builds. Probably a bit of an overreaction, but he is supported into Romania, so we'll see how this goes.
He is indeed. Christian Brown continuing to advance and advance and advance, and if you're Austria, that's what you want to see in this type of alliances, is Italy in front of you and not behind you. If you're Italy,
I don't know that you want to see them leave the Aegean, though. That's not great if you're Austria, because now what are you supposed to do?
That is true. Christian Brown ordering to the beat of his own drum. Fall of 1902. David, why don't you start us here?
Well, Tim says, that whole Silesia thing didn't work. I might as well just do this and throw in with the English completely, which he does. So the English take Belgium, French take Berlin. The Germans don't take nothing. They just lose stuff. The Italians, on the other hand, have decided they're going to take Trieste and Tunis, even though the French are coming. So it's pretty much exactly what West did not want to see. Ionian to Albania is a move that I'm not even sure I quite understand. He must have thought the French were going north against the English. That must have been what Christian thought. And as it turns out, he was wrong. And now Albania is completely, woefully out of position. Romania to Sev is fun. But still, not good for the East when the French have already invaded.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that assessment. And, I do appreciate that in the fall of '02, we've finally taken Tunis and Belgium. Thank you, everyone. We are professionals. We know how to play diplomacy. However, I love what Christian is doing, but feels like not long for the world in the end as an Italian.
Yeah. Yep. You gotta say that. I mean, that move to Albania really interesting. I wouldn't want my fleet there. I'd rather have my fleet where it started the season in Ionian.
Agreed.
For that matter, in Tyrrhenian.
Yeah.
Anywhere but Albania, where it can do a whole lot of nothing.
Albania is pretty much the worst place to go. Probably.
Winter of 1902. We'll see what Christian Brown does with his two builds. He's going to put down an army and a fleet. It's going to be an army for the spurned West Ketchum, an army for McCallus in Russia, fleet south in Marseille for Francis Timothy Crosby. Not what Christian wants to see after just having stabbed his ally. And it'll be a fleet in Edinburgh for England, Brandon Dix. I believe odd-numbered years. I'm starting with Siobhan Nolan for the spring. This game is spicy.
Yeah, let's go. This game is spicy, and I love to see all the movement from Brandon Dix this season. Taking some support from the Russian into Denmark, taking his own support into Holland, which works because the French in Berlin, the classic French position, have cut the Ruhr support and tried to attack Kiel from behind. I mean, but Timothy Crosby's position is so fascinating. It's about to get a little more complicated because we've just gotten moves into Piedmont, Tyrolia, and Silesia on the parts of the Italian and the Russian. But the Italian loses Trieste for the effort, loses Albania, which they probably never should have been in the first place. And the Turk just hangs out. So Jason Bennett's being patient, which I'm not mad about, honestly, in this position.
I don't really think Jason has any choice. I think the interesting question here is does this give the ability of AI to make up, or is West just going to not care about that and do what he's going to do? Because obviously Christian has now moved in a way that's helpful to anybody who's not France, but we'll see what West does with that. It is. It's interesting to me that and I'm going to say something whenever I say 2 units holding. I'm going to say, Tim, are you telling me there's nothing you could have done with Burgundy or Picardy than hold that made sense to you? Like, for example, Munich supporting Burgundy to Ruhr and then Picardy to Burgundy, or for that matter, Burgundy supporting Munich to Ruhr or something. I don't know about the holding.
Anything.
Yeah,
and that would have piffed the German unit if he'd have done it.
In order that only a mother could love, David Hood. Fall of 1903. This one is your season, David Hood. Will he order all his units? He orders most of them.
Well, he does. He's still leaving Picardy, but he is moving the other ones, and that all makes sense. I love the attack on Tyrrhenian. That's exactly what you should do here, knowing that the predicted defense of Tunis is what it is. Wes has decided to forgive and forget. As you can see, Trieste to Tyrolia was intended to move out so that he didn't kill an Italian unit. So Wes, I think, has probably made the right call here. Jason taking Romania with the fleet might actually, I don't know if that's with Wes's permission or not. It doesn't really make sense. The Turks don't need to build. That's got to be a stab. I don't really like it though with the fleet, and take it with the army. If you're going to stab, take it with the army and then figure out some other way to put Armenia down to Smyrna and then convoy. Anyway, I don't want to get lost in the weeds here. The important thing is that the French have taken Tyrrhenian, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. And the English, of course, having already taken Denmark, don't lose Holland.
Yeah, no, I agree that the move into Romania is absolutely a stab, but I think a slightly poorly thought one, because I mean, you got to put an army there, even if you're convoying Armenia over to Romania. I mean, yes, okay. Even if you know Sevastopol's going to get lost, I mean, yeah, you got some guesses, but was this the time for that stab?
If it was a stab, and it's probably a stab because the Turks building really doesn't help against the French. So,
yeah, I will say from the comments, I do see that. Oh, yeah, Turkey took Romania by agreement of all of us, and Michalis also adds West walking out of Trieste was a surprise. So
I see. Well,
it's just a lot of surprises in the East this turn, and I'm curious based on that feedback, like how well they're talking to each other. Who knows who's got the upper hand in the West or in the East?
It's fine for McCallus to say that, but I don't understand why anybody, particularly West, would have say that's okay. Turkey, you need to stay in the corner where you belong. We got something to deal with. Don't be taking my stuff. I don't know. I just don't get it.
Oh, the winter
I think somebody got bamboozled here.
And it feels like West got bamboozled a little bit.
Well, the winter of 1903 is coming, and we'll see what Jason does with Wes's build. And Wes is going to have to pull now. That is a bamboozling for sure, agreed or not. Michalis Camarites is going to put one down as Russia. A nice recovery for him. And Brandon Dix quietly up to 7 as England. A very efficient EF rolling here in the West. 2 destroys for Isaac. Thanks for playing. You won't be here for much longer. Spring of 1904, David, we'll start with you.
All right. Tim Crosby, what are you doing exactly? I see Fleet Western holding, and I wonder what that's all about. I really don't get it. Why would you not go to Ionian with Tyrrhenian, take Tunis, know that you're going to take all that? Something goofy is going on there that I don't understand. Tim has actually lost Munich because of the units surrounding it, because he didn't really have much of a choice. He had to use Burgundy to cover Marseille. Brandon sending his units down the way he's doing is an interesting thing. North Atlantic, English Channel. That's pretty fascinating. I mean, you can see that Wes is fine with the Turks because he's supporting the Turks and Ionian. Okay, fine. I just don't get it. I don't know why Turkey is the one that needed that unit, that new unit, instead of the Austrians keeping their units. But what do I know?
Yeah, no, I agree with everything here, but it's that Western Med hold makes all the difference here for Timothy Crosby. Like, they had a standoff over Tunis and Tyrrhenian Sea because Western Med chose not to, I guess, support Tyrrhenian Sea to Tunis, but we'll first of all talk about it.
Well,
it's suboptimal in the Med.
It's just, I just don't get it. The move I probably would have done is Tyrrhenian to Ionian to make sure that cut the support, and then take Tunis from North Africa. You can retreat the fleet back to Lyon, which is a good place for it to be. I mean, all of that would have been fine. This is a terrible solution.
This moveset is, and it's, a season or two ago, you said, like, why have units hold when they could be doing something, even if it's just offering support to a neighboring unit? I mean, I grew up with that concept in diplomacy, and just Western Med holds despite everything else going on.
Nothing has really changed. He can still do it in the fall, exactly the same move in the fall. So maybe that was the theories. He wanted to hold Tyrrhenian in the spring. So maybe there is an order. Okay, forgot to order it. That's kind of what I thought.
Put that up on the screen. Yeah,
kind of what I thought. Yeah,
it was a mistake holding it. Okay, so I'm sorry we lingered on that, Timothy.
I'm not sorry, because if you're learning this game,
yes,
I want you to know, if you're watching this broadcast, do not hold ever unless you can't come up with anything better to do. And it's actually a good way to learn the game. If you've got units holding, you need to think what they could be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Wise words as we head into the the fall of 1904, and Tim Crosby now will not get his chance to take Tunis because he's got to go and defend St. Petersburg. Siobhan, why don't you tell us about what's going on here?
Yeah,
By
well, I
St.
mean,
Petersburg, he means the Mid-Atlantic, but this
That
is
is what I
yeah,
mean. It's all the
they,
same to me,
they
Mr.
rhyme.
Hood.
Those two things rhyme,
it's
so it's
the
understandable.
Mediterranean of the St. Petersburgs, right? But yeah, no, it's so we've got a clash in the MAO because the French fleets have to turn around and do a sport attack because the English have boomeranged their fleets around after. Um, thank you, Kevin. So the English fleets built very pro-French, but then moved them very quickly in an anti-French way. And well, Timothy saw that coming. And so the English are convoying onto the continent by getting into Holland. They are moving around and just letting the Russians and the Austrians have the majority of the German homeland, which they will have probably in the fall at this rate. And the East does kind of a lot of boring things. Not much.
Well, they've certainly got their act together in terms of working out a way to beat the West. Of course, there is no West. There's Brandon attacking
Yeah.
Timothy is the West. So this is a fascinating game with with a fast going EF. The East has reacted quite well to it. We'll see how long that sticks together because at some point that's got to unravel.
Indeed, it does. And the winter of 1904 is quickly approaching the pre-unraveling, as I like to call the winter phase. West Ketchum is going to throw down that army in Vienna, still very friendly towards Turkey here. Unsurprising build from England. You're going to need that third fleet to take Mao and an army Warsaw for Michalis Comarites, who was in a world of hurt 2 or 3 years ago and now is in a very stable position. So anybody's game except Germany's, I'm going to say. I'm going to...
Smart bet there, Zach.
Thank you. I only place bets that I can win unless it's on any sport. Siobhan, I'm going to actually give you a couple minutes break here because I just am so excited to talk with David about 1905.
And well, I'm not going to let you have all the fun then. So,
great.
Well, Kevin's here. Well, fine. Fine then. The spring of 1905, Kevin in for Siobhan.
And, I'm hosting. You get to talk about the game, Zach. Yeah.
Then you kick it to whoever you want, Kev.
Well, Zach, I'll throw you on the spot here. Go for it.
Great spring of 1905. Look at the West. You've got Brandon Dix positioning his units as he needs to, getting into Ruhr. That's key. Collaboration with Michalis. You'd rather not see him in Sweden, but you can't argue with it. You can arrange a bounce there forever. Michalis getting into Munich, flowing down into Ukraine. He's in a strong position here. Austria, West Ketchum, built in Vienna, decides, you know what, I'd rather be in Budapest, as a matter of fact. So he's going to go down there, take Trieste back, which he voluntarily gave up long ago. I think that's a good idea. And maybe a little good sniffing out here by West Ketchum, because look at what Jason Bennett does, taking Greece, positioning into Aegean. Hard to see that as anything but a stab.
This is the unraveling that we were just talking about, because there wasn't any need for this grand Eastern Alliance anymore. So that was going to definitely unravel, and it has. And this is where I actually always thought anytime you've got a four-way sort of working out everybody in the East, that is not going to last very long. And somebody has made a poor decision to even ever throw themselves into it. And maybe two of them made poor decisions.
Yeah.
But, the Brandon's position continues to be really good, in the West. And obviously he's got an arrangement with Michalis, and we'll see how long that can last, because only one of them, there can be only one. Unless you shared board top like the last game. But as we said, that's starting to be a sort of a suboptimal result here in the middle of the VDL season.
Hey, David, so was Timothy led to believe that Christian was still coming after him? Because Burgundy to Marseille here really pulls him out of position, on the front line. He's now got to wiggle those back in. How did he miss that?
Well, is it surprising to think that Christian might not still be coming at you? I mean, that is probably the odds-on favorite choice. Is Christian going to keep coming at me? Probably. So until proven otherwise, I'm going to move to Marseille.
Well, let's see. He seems to just be pulling back off. And then another Marseille hold. Is this another I forgot to order?
Well, as opposed to what? He didn't really want to leave Marseille. He didn't think that Burgundy would be worthwhile because there was going to be a supported attack on it. He had to cover Brest with Picardy. So I think that France pretty much had to do that. Had to hold there. That's a hold that actually makes sense.
A hold
Did
that
they
makes
actually
sense.
take Tunis? I think the French actually took Tunis, didn't they, from the Italians? I think so. I'm talking, and there's a hell of a lot of things going on in the background, which is the way mostly when I talk. Most people don't listen.
Well, I'm back and I'm catching up. The French did take Tunis here, David. You are correct on that point. Okay, I missed a season. So much has happened. Fascinating.
Yeah, well, you had the Turks slamming in.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Okay.
You had the Russians coming to Ukraine. Didn't go to Galicia though, but they did take
a choice. But yeah, let's plug on forward.
Yeah, the winter of 1905. Siobhan leaves for 1 year, and all hell breaks loose in the east. That'll teach us to give her a break. It's an army in Constantinople for Jason Bennett. Wes Ketchum, after working so hard to finally take Trieste, is going to pull the unit that occupies it. 2 pulls for Christian Brown. A fleet in Brest for Timothy Crosby, much needed if he's going to put up any sort of fight against the English Brandon Dix here, and an army Warsaw in the resurgent Michalis Camaritas, who's looking very strong. Spring of 1906 is going to be yours, Mr. Hood.
Yeah, I think the real question here is now, what does Michalis do with respect to Brandon Dix? Can they stay stable in their what was sometimes called the Great Northern Alliance, the ER Alliance, or the Top of the World Alliance is another name for that. And so far, so good in that regard. The Russians putting an army into Ukraine makes perfect sense. Venice to Trieste, to me, is quite a desperation move and really doesn't do anything except screw over West, because now you can't even defend your own Rome. So
Yeah.
that is, and of course, I said earlier, do you think Piedmont might actually keep going to Marseille? Yes, particularly if you can get the English to help you go there. So anyway, the Italians are basically going in all sorts of directions, none of which is going to be designed to help them keep their own centers. I'm talking about their home centers. The EF war has sort of, the fleet war has become a slog, but army-wise, France is in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. Like you asked if Piedmont was going to move to Marseille, as you see it does, with thank you help from Brandon. Appreciate that little support. And the Italian also just walks right into Western Med, but you got a French in the Tyrrhenian Sea, so that's just chaos. I feel like the only people who just have a solid hand in this game are that Northern Alliance, the ER, Brandon and Michalis. And Michalis especially has turned this around into a really fascinatingly good position for himself.
Winter of 1906. Will the Michalis train keep on rolling? What builds do we even have here in the winter of 1906?
Well, don't we need the fall turn? Yeah, we need the fall.
Oh, we didn't do the fall?
Oh,
Do we need to do a fall?
Did Zach forget how diplomacy works?
That would be a first.
All right, so West fleet takes Tunis, loses Marseille, which is understandable. Brest is gone. Brest couldn't be held.
I mean, Rome, Naples, Tunis, Marseille was not holdable. I mean, fleet moved to Gascony, I guess.
You know,
it's a cut. It's a cut, right?
When West saw the Italians go to Trieste in the spring, he must have just gone.
Yeah, Picardy goes to Brest. I'm just trying to catch up on everything. Vienna's been taken by Michalis. The Austrian does take Trieste back, so that happened. Greece takes. There's so much changing hands this season.
Yes.
I can't even keep up with it.
Smyrna to Armenia just to keep McCarless honest, I think.
Good luck with keeping McCullough honest. That's all I got to say.
Plus, he needed to vacate Smyrna in case he wants to build there.
That's fair enough. Yeah.
A dizzying fall of 1906, and now we do get a winter. I'm fairly certain we do get a winter at this point. McCullough puts down an army in Moscow. Fleet Con and Army Ank for Jason Bennett. Not what McCullough wants to see, I wouldn't think. An army in London for Brandon Dix. The ER, the story of this game as we head into spring of 1907, which Siobhan will guide us through.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw some obvious builds from both England and Russia. The Turkish builds, like you said, not probably what McCullough wanted to see. So let's move into spring. All right. So here we've got. I love the bounce in MAO on the part of the English. While they also move into Western Med. That's actually really great. We've got a convoy over into Picardy, which is exactly what I expected from the army build in London. And McCullough's attempts to march on, moves into Munich, and so I look forward to see what they do there. The bounces around Scandinavia are very interesting to me, and I don't know quite what to make of them when I thought the ER was lockstep, but maybe all planned. I don't know. That may be very trusting little.
I would guess that's planned.
Yeah. And then Trieste to Venice. Venice does take back Rome, but I mean, all of this is very short-lived. Rome is not going to last the fall. And Turkey moves into position to start making attacks on Sebastopol.
Well, the French actually pull their fleet in Rome. In other words, they didn't retreat it, which I think is interesting. That they didn't even want to have any say-so. I mean, they
not
could have
even
only
in Tuscany. Yeah.
So maybe they just thought it was a waste of their time. They wanted to try to rebuild it somewhere if they could figure out a way to do that, or not even just not even worry about it. Maybe.
Yeah.
Can the ER alliance hold? I mean, obviously the Turks have now decided they've got to do something to get the jump on McCullough. I mean, I don't think any of that is arranged. Seems unlikely to me that's all arranged.
No, there's no way that's arranged. And so McCullough is the one of the ER who has a bigger problem. I
mean, maybe not in the sense that he's got good power down there. So maybe that is, or it's arranged, or maybe they just agreed they're going to scrum, but they're not really going to go anywhere.
Fall of 1908. I mean, this is a fascinating turn because we're going to find out if they do go anywhere, and a shrug maybe. David?
Yeah, that is not a serious fight. You don't leave Armenia there. So that is either all of that was arranged to begin with, or they have an arrangement now. The Russians taking Trieste out, so West is going to be down to Venice only. English, what are they doing? They're supporting. They tried to take Spain. Oh, that's a misorder because Gascony can only go to Spain north coast. So that's the misorder there. Otherwise, Brandon would have actually taken Spain there. He already took Paris, but he would have taken both if he had ordered that correct. That's an easy misclick to make in a program like Backstab or frankly in any of these online programs. It's except for the ones that don't let you do it in the correct order.
The support is to the province. The move is to the coast.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, devastating.
I will say that I feel like this is a masterclass moment on the part of McCullough, who just went to Jason Bennett and said, no, you're not getting nothing. Here's what I'm doing. Here's what's happening. And also moves himself into a position to push Jason back moving forward. Because I've been in negotiations with people like McCullough and McCullough himself where he can convince you that your position is not good. And then you're like, oh, darn, it's not. I guess I better go somewhere else, which is why the army needed to anchor a move and things like that. And yes, McCullough had the position for the moment, but I don't know. So
all
well
of
done,
that is
McCullough.
right, and yet I still would not have moved out of Armenia because I don't see what Ankara does for you. Armenia just keeps him honest. There's nothing wrong with that.
But that's the negotiation that I think McCullough had here, is that he just said that just move out of Armenia and then I'll move somewhere else. And then whether or not he will is a different question.
Yeah.
Something's got to give here. There's no more Austrian dots to take. You're going to have to fight England or fight Turkey. And the build in 1907 is as neutral as you can be if you're McCullough's. Fleet's going to go in the south coast, an army Warsaw, and it's going to be an army for Brandon Dix, delightfully vague as well. So neither party tipping their hands before the very decisive spring of 1908. And the big question here is, which way is McCullough going?
You know, the last time we had a 10-10 tie, they called a draw in the last game. I don't think that's going to happen here.
Spring of 1908. This is you, Mr. Hood.
All right, McCullough is going. Sweden to Norway, goes out to Bosnia, army to St. Pete. That maybe that's arranged, but I don't think so. As you can see, the Turks really are leaving. They're leaving the Black Sea. They're going away. The Turks have decided that if they've got a chance of doing anything more here, it's going to have to be in the screwed up Mediterranean and not in the totally defensible Russian hinterlands. The English do not misorder this time. They go to North Africa, which makes, again, perfect sense from a tempo play. Those French units are behind you. In fact, it looks like he might have actually made a deal with Tim to send Tim into Italy and just leave the French units alone and try to get the jump on the Turks. He's not going to get the jump on them, but at least the Turks won't get a jump on him. I'm talking about Brandon. Interesting set of moves here by everybody. These are people who know how to move the units around. These are all pretty good moves.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing less than I would expect from McCullough, and Brandon's orders are nothing short of perfect here. I mean, love the fleet move out of Gascony, love the army move down, love the convoy over to Holland, love walking into Sweden behind McCullough, walking into Norway. Because there's no way that's exactly arranged. And so somehow they sniffed out some little not so good moments between each other. But I think I like Brandon just a little bit more than McCullough in this moment.
Well, he can't hold Sweden is the problem. If this is an actual war, well, I guess he can if he guesses correctly.
Or he can take Norway
back. Well, no, because
I mean, okay.
Right.
I've just seen the position
right.
is
There are guesses here, I think.
Yeah, it's a lot of guesses, and I want to be in the rooms where the negotiation was happening.
Who guesses right? Fall 1908. We'll call it.
Well,
draw.
both.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take this one. I mean, England takes Norway back, Russia takes Sweden back. But we've got some advancement by the English with an army into Kiel, a fleet into Denmark, still holding the North Sea. And England takes Portugal, so they're up 1 overall, which I like for them. And in the East, we're still in this a whole lot of nothing really happens kind of moment. When Turkey could have taken Budapest, it turns out.
The Italian fleet, the Turkish fleet Turanian to Western Med is an important move here. I don't know if he knew that he was going to be bringing support for Spain or not.
Yeah, that is a big move. And that's well played by Timothy Crosby for asking for that, or I don't even know what, but
yeah, it's unclear exactly what was going on here, but
I'm really unclear, but yeah.
Momentum killer at a crucial moment for Brandon Dix. Now he's only going to build one. There'll be a fleet in Edinburgh Timothy Crosby trying to hold on. He'll pull Piedmont, and everybody else stays static. So it's 11 for Dix and 10 for Camarites, and a long climb for anybody else who wants to get in this game. Spring of 1908 was our first draw vote. That draw vote failed with 1 veto, and the result with these moves.
Oh my, the Russians are in Burgundy. That is not what England wanted at all. Because they're doing okay otherwise, and going into Skagerrak, letting that fleet retreat to Barents is fine-ish. But Munich going into Burgundy is a positional killer. Now, I understand the issue. The English are also in Munich, and now they've got a supported attack on Berlin that has to be dealt with. I mean, there's a lot going on here. But I don't. If I'm the English, the one thing that cannot happen is the Russians leaking into France. That is a real tactical boo-boo.
I was about to say last year that I was going to give the upper hand to Brandon, but now that McCullough is in Burgundy,
I mean, it just really collapses lots of things. In fact, there's no way he can just take Belgium. There's nobody to cover Belgium now.
You can just take Belgium. You can walk into Picardy and cause chaos from there, and make Gascony have guesses. And
now maybe having one raider won't matter if Brandon gets enough stuff other places. I mean, he's taking Marseille. He's going to take Spain now because Marseille got piffed. So he's going to take both of those. If he can not lose a guy into Scandinavia, yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. And now the Belgium is there for the taking. Yeah.
Yeah.
A delicious set of moves here. Just what we wanted to see here in the late game. And I'm going to issue a correction, by the way. I said the draw vote was taken in the spring of 1909. That's not quite right. The first draw vote was taken actually here before in the early minutes of fall 1909. So after all that fireworks, everybody decided, maybe we'll draw. And one of them decided, maybe we won't. And the result was the fall 1909 moves, which were...
Oh, okay. Let's go Brandon, which not a political statement. No, Brandon Dix takes Marseille. He takes Spain. He takes Berlin. Makes a swing for Sweden, but doesn't keep it. I mean, this is a huge turn for England. And the East still just...
It's a huge turn for him because Turkey was turning on Russia, and McCarles knew that and had to come back. And so did not follow through with any of the progress, didn't go to Belgium, didn't follow through with any of that progress, and had to basically go backwards. So advantage Brandon. Now, Jason probably thought, hey, give me it. That's the only shot I had. So don't be complaining to me. That's the only thing I could do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this game has been fascinating, honestly.
Speechless, right? Nothing less to say. I mean, a failed draw vote. McCullough brings everything back. Nobody really advances. And as we head into the winter of 1909, who's even adjusting? 2 builds for Brandon as he cleaned up Crosby. So you wonder if maybe that is something to do with why we're still playing. He's at 13. McCullough is at 10. Tough to imagine anybody catching Brandon Dix. There was another draw vote.
Actually, I wonder if McCarles is going to be so aggravated that he might try to throw this game, throw a solo.
Can he throw it that quick, though, with the time limits that are in place?
We'll find out.
We will. Spring of 1909, another draw vote, another fail.
Well, he's not throwing anyway, which is fine. I was just wondering if that might be a thing to do.
No, I mean, this game is pretty much over at this point, given the moves.
Yeah, there's nothing that happens here. We could just go to the fall and see if anything happens in the fall.
Yep, check it out. Fall 1910.
Yep.
There's the draw vote.
Yep.
Well done, Brandon. That was a great game.
Yeah, if Jason had not made that move against McCarles, could McCarles maybe have snaked this thing out. And maybe, I mean, Brandon's position was still good, but I think Jason's move, and I'm not blaming Jason for that. Jason had to do something to try to, get some centers, unless you're just going to sit there. So I don't blame anybody here. This was good play. Obviously, McCarl is coming back from where they were. This was really good play. Tim Crosby, you were big and then you were nothing. That just happens sometimes in diplomacy.
Yeah.
I'm sure Wes is just happy to be alive after all the shenanigans he had to put up with in this game.
This game was super fascinating. I found some very interesting moves. There were turns where we could sit there and analyze for 30 minutes how it could have been done better because this, that, or the other. But I loved this game. I loved the Northern Alliance turned antagonistic relationship, which doesn't always happen. And I thought that was really fascinating. So, well done.
McCarlos is saying in the chat that he had a deal with Brandon that they would race, not take each other's stuff, but race to just see who got the board top, which is frankly a strategy that I think people should try to use more often. Balance of power is fine, but what you really want is imbalance of power. If you're trying to top the board, you want imbalance. You want to have fewer people that you're competing with, not everybody. You don't want everybody to be roughly the same size at the end of the game. You want you to be way big, maybe with one other person way big, and you race that person for the victory. That is definitely a way to play the game that is not strictly balance of power. It just shows you there's more than one way to do this.
Yeah,
absolutely. Well done by Brandon Dix. 13 center board top. That is very significant in the Virtual Diplomacy League where games are time limited. And for Brandon, who is in 9th going into today, that is his highest score by quite a bit. He's going to shoot up 130. His previous high was 68 this season. A big result for him. We have got round 3 coming at you next, because this is actually a first in Virtual Diplomacy League history. Virtual Diplomacy League started actually with round 3, the 5 p.m. Eastern time games. It was only that one round. After a few months, we added what is now round 2 at 10 a.m. Eastern time, which became the most popular round by far in the Virtual Diplomacy League. Every month, that is the round with the most boards. And for the first time since we've been doing this, round 3 had more boards than round 2 or any other board. So we've got 2 round 3 boards. They are going as we speak, in fact. But we are able to get them started. But first, I should maybe let Kevin announce the players because we have the pleasure.
Well, I was going to come in because David was on with me last month, and it is DBN's favorite Brandon who ran away with this. So that's why we cheer for Brandon.
I will not say that phrase again because I do not want that quoted again. But
no, we're not quoting it. We just know which Brandon we like best.
Yeah.
On that note, yes, we got 2 Zaxxons. You're on screen tonight, and I'm behind it, and I'm watching it. One of them is still going on. This one is complete. So let's give it a run through this, and then let's get to Olympus next. We'll let you guys run through it.
Sounds great. Thank you, Kevin. It's Cody Green in Austria. Edwin Lopez, a Bay Area player who was at Whipping, stepping out of the board, a very talented player. France is Ian Rudnick from Boston. Germany is Ed Sullivan, who needs no introduction. Italy is Teague Epwright out of Philadelphia. He is a player with some experience in the extended deadline tournaments, as I understand. Russia is Timothy Crosby, who we saw just moments ago. And Turkey, Johnny Gillum, formerly of Morocco, now of New York City. And the United States, he placed, I believe, 3rd at the most recent World Championships in Carnage. He is currently 7th in the Virtual Diplomacy League, a dangerous player. Siobhan, David, a couple names at least that we haven't seen as often compared to the former boards. What do you make of this?
I mean, I'll take this one first. Sorry, David, to speak over you, but I mean, seeing Edwin Lopez here, I met him for the first time at this year's Whipping in the Bay Area. He found us after moving into the Bay Area, looking for diplomacy. Very good player. He stepped into a tournament scene without having played a single house game with us, without knowing a single one of us, and did very, very, very well. And so I'm excited that he's found the VDL because we linked him to all of this and anything he wanted to play. And I'm excited to see what he can do here because he doesn't have any rankings or placings in DBNI or VDL, to my knowledge, aside from today. Ed Sullivan, of course, that guy, I guess we have to talk about him for a little while. No, great player, fun guy. We all love Ed. He does a lot for this hobby. I unfortunately don't know Cody Green very well. Ian Rudnick I've seen a few times. So I'm excited to see what that turns out to be with the West. And Tim Crosby and Johnny Gillum, of course. We've seen those names about 100 times.
And welcome to Teague Epwright playing their first game in the VDL. That's great. Welcome aboard.
Yeah.
Welcome aboard indeed. I'm excited to see this. I'm excited to see these players. Spring of 1901. David Hood, fireworks?
Well, not as such, because almost all of these moves are relatively standard these days. That French move is the, I could go after 3 centers and not fight anybody kind of move, where you don't go to Burgundy, you don't go to any channel. So we'll see about that. The English move, I don't think we've seen this one tonight so far. For those that are just learning this game, the Army Yorkshire can only be convoyed through the North Sea, not through Norwegian. So that's the difference. The advantage of the Army Yorkshire is that it's a defensive move. In case the French had jumped into the English Channel, you have somebody to cover London while you use the North Sea to do something else. So that's why you would do that move. But otherwise, nothing to write home about here, I don't think.
Yeah, I do think we saw that opening English move once before tonight.
Okay.
It used to be a lot more common. But the benefit of moving the army to Yorkshire versus up into Edinburgh, where you'd be convoyed over either sea, is that you can cover London if the French get a little cheeky and move into the Channel. So, but yeah, it's honestly, this is like when I played a decade or decade and a half ago, like the standard opening moves, what you'd be recommended to do across the board.
Fall of 1901. Does it stay standard? Siobhan, we'll stick with you.
Honestly, well, ish. The only thing I'd say is that Picardy to Burgundy is the thing that I would question. Otherwise, you got the convoy to Norway. I mean, you got a northern move from Edwin in England, which, if you're committing north, that's what you do. You convoy to Norway, you move to Barents. But Germany also moves and takes Belgium and Holland and Denmark and bounces the Russian, which is a very anti-Russian move, which makes me wonder what Timothy Crosby did to offend everyone. Johnny Gillum gets into Armenia and Black Sea, which wouldn't be so offensive except for everything else that is happening. But otherwise, yeah, it's Austria gets there too, Italy gets Tunis, and France picks up Iberia. Which I don't love.
This is Western triple stuff right here. This is what you do if you're going to do what you put the 2 armies into Belgium and Holland, and you bounce Sweden as the Germans. The only thing that's a little faster Western triple opening is Mid-Atlantic to Western Mid, and then you just take one Iberian center. And
Mid-Atlantic went to Spain.
So that's the only thing that would be faster here than what is.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Hypothetical.
It's you could just like presume that the army would take Spain next turn, which actually I don't hate, but it's very Eric Mead nonsense. Like Germany needs 3 in 01 if we're doing a Western triple.
Quick 10-second bio on Eric Mead, Siobhan.
Oh yeah, Eric Mead, for those of you who don't know, longtime face-to-face player out of Seattle, and then before that, New York, actually, where he met Chris Martin and Brian Sheldon and various crew. I've known him for years and years and years. He used to come down to Whipping back in the day until he won Whipping when I believe it was DipCon. And then he was never seen again, never wanted to play again until he played with me once at a Portland tournament and then decided that playing with me was too offensive, and then he hasn't played again. So I'm so sorry, everyone. But he and Nathan Barnes out of Seattle used to do a diplomacy podcast called Dipcast, which you can still find on some podcast archives. Some really good times. I believe David Hood, you've been on that.
Oh, yeah.
I was on it. You'll hear like old names like Chris Martin, Andy Bertoloni. It's good times. I can find some links and we can put them up wherever we need them.
Let me segue into one thing for all of you diplomacy fans out there. We need another diplomacy audio podcast. We have a lot of really cool video content. It would be great to have the return of an audio product to the diplomacy media landscape. So those of you that are looking to do something new, that's what we need you to do. Contact us and we'll help you.
Amen. Please.
Absolutely.
Winter of 1901, 3 builds for Ed Sullivan for some reason, 2 for Ian Rudnick, 1 for the other Edwin. It's going to go in Edinburgh. Timothy Crosby gets a build. Will it be his last? It'll go in Moscow. 2 for Cody Green's Austria and 1 for Teague Epright in Italy. Nothing too surprising here as we head into the spring of 1902.
I would argue that if this is a Western Triple, Fleet Edinburgh is surprising. That would be my argument.
You would expect an army.
Yes,
absolutely.
You don't need another fleet. If it is, in fact, a true Western Triple, you do not need another fleet.
Spring of 1902. Let's see if he finds a use for it. I'll start with you, Siobhan.
I mean, I agree with David on the build there, if it's a true Western Triple, which I think it is, but maybe it just wasn't communicated as well, or maybe you just, don't trust the French who are moving back into MAO and the Germans who are moving into Skagerrak. So Edwin sniffs something out here. Because the army build the army is always good to protect the continent, and the army did move to Finland. So we'll see how this goes here.
Well, that's explainable by Germany. I got to go to Skagerrak to put 2 guys on Sweden and still have Baltic to convoy to Livonia with. See, it's all understood.
Everything except Spain to MAO is explainable here.
No. Here's the explanation. Because I got to move that army in Portugal somewhere. I got to get it out.
It's explainable. It's just not believable, David, is what I'm telling you. Right. But I do love Teague and Italy moving hard and west because they have all seen the same sniffs of Western Triple that we have. So you've got the Austrian into Tyrolia, the Italian into Piedmont, the Italian into Western Med and Tyrrhenian Sea, and they're just forming up. And well, poor Timothy Crosby in the meantime is losing Zev.
Well, maybe that's killing the Russian fleet that you don't need if you're worried about defending against a Western Triple, and we're going to see the Turks lead. We'll see.
That is a good question.
Nope, that's not what happens.
We have seen now. Hood, take it away on this one.
Because instead they take Romania and Sevastopol. Well, probably because they see that it's not really a Western Triple. All kidding aside, the French fleet to Mid-Atlantic was not a Western Triple move. Maybe the Skagerrak could be explained, but that's not really what happened here. As you correctly pointed out, this was an attempt to knock Edwin out of this Western Triple and turn it into an FG. He does take St. Pete, though, which means that you got Ian going to the North Atlantic when England is building. So that's not exactly what you want if you're Ian. But you have Cody trying to snake Naples, which I think is fun.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, having watched Edwin play at Whipping earlier this year, he's a savvy player and he's got a good defense tactic in him. So he's not going to go down without a fight. And love to see, oh darn, England's building when you just moved into NAL.
Now the French are building also because they took Belgium.
I mean,
details,
but still. The main thing I would say is this whole turn was advantage Johnny Gillam. That would be my.
Oh, absolutely. Turkey is the winner out of all of this.
Fleet Smyrna Army Con for Johnny Gillam. He seems like he He's going to go in every direction. It's a Fleet Brest, no surprise there. Fleet London is surprising from Edwin Lopez. You would think that'd be an army to defend the island, but maybe looking for some diplomatic maneuverability there. The two polls for Tim Crosby are Ukraine and Bothnia. You just got to hunker down in the middle of the board. A lot of surprises. Will it work for Edwin? Doesn't look like it. I think we're at David. I think we're starting with you here.
Yeah, I was wondering if the Austro-Turkish alliance was going to continue here, which it does. The Romanian thing is certainly by agreement, I would say. So that's what's going on there with the Austrians. I don't really understand the self-bounce in Trieste, though, I have to say. That's if that's truly AT, then he's not very trusting. And the Fleet Ionian is just holding there, which makes, I guess that's less, that's understandable, because then you're just going to retreat. Maybe if you got kicked out, you'd figure out how to retreat forward. I might have been tempted just to order to Naples there, though. Why not go ahead and take it? But anyway, in the West, what do we have in the West? Lots of red arrows, except for North Atlantic to Liverpool. So whatever Edwin was trying to accomplish there, it did not work. Probably trying to convince Ian to turn around and take a shot at Ed. Maybe he said, I'll cede you Liverpool if you support yourself to Burgundy and go after Ed, which Ian does not do. So it looks like FG continuing to be the alliance in the West.
Well, FG might be continuing to be the alliance in the West, except that Germany just set up to take Belgium in the fall.
Huh.
It's the only thing I'm...
And there it is, Ed Sullivan.
Well, Belgium leaves. I mean, the French leave in the fall, so that might have been by arrangement, because he was taking
Maybe. I guess. And they just walked right out. And yeah, I get that France picked up Liverpool, but I don't see how this benefits anyone but Ed in the end. In the West, at least. So I should talk about the rest of the board. I apologize. I was focused on that. So the Italian is now supporting the Austrian in the Ionian, trying to keep the Turk at bay, which I think is actually a smart move, but the Turk does take Warsaw. So building anyhow. Oh, no, not building, because just making up for the loss in Romania.
I think that the Italian support of Ionian is unwanted. I think the idea here was to have the Austrians dislodged and have them retreat wherever they could, cool place to go. Now, just FYI, if you're going to do that, why not order to Naples anyway for the Austrians? Because you got the Austrians supporting the Turks into Warsaw. So I think this is an AT that just got thwarted by an unwanted support.
I think that no, you're absolutely correct, David. I think that is an unwilling support.
Yeah.
So curious to see how that goes. I love it.
Supports Ukraine to Warsaw. That's a German. Is that, what are we seeing here? Ed Sullivan supporting the Turk in to Warsaw.
Yeah.
Supporting and the Tunis support of Ionian, so they can't dislodge that fleet forward. Like it. That's actually really nice.
Yeah, that's a nice move.
A lot to take in here as we head into the winter of 1903. It's going to be an army build in Budapest for Cody Green, who still has a nice little firm shell here in the middle of the board. A fleet for Ed Sullivan after taking Belgium. It'll be
Army Budapest.
Just the two adjustments there.
Guys and gals. Army Budapest, not Army Vienna. Not an AT build, frankly.
But AT moves in the spring of 1904. Siobhan, sorry, you can go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, and yet some AT moves. Like attempting to support Serbia up, even though Trieste bounced, and so none of that worked. But we do get Galicia to Vienna. We do get the Turk armies moving forward, and the convoy into Sev from Bulgaria, which is a cute little way of disentangling, right? Like, You see fewer and fewer units on each other's dots. Moscow supporting St. Pete supporting Moscow because, well, why not let Timothy Crosby live at this point? Meanwhile, in the West, yeah, we convoy over into Wales. Italy or England does tries, and Germany moves up into Helgoland, setting up for some stuff in the fall.
I'm enjoying Ed thinking that Denmark can swim into the North Atlantic. The North Sea. But you see, this is why I was surprised by the Austrian build in Budapest. If they'd built in Vienna, they could have supported themselves to Tyrolia and really made progress. That's why that was not an AT build. It was a build that was sort of defensive, not sure about their Turkish ally. Because if they build in Vienna, they'd be in a lot better position right
now. Yeah. I do see a question of why does Norway not fall? And because Denmark is an army.
That's what I was saying about it can't swim in the North Sea. I mean, it's going to sink.
It's Ed Sullivan, and his blind hopefulness and optimism will be a lesson to us all moving forward.
Well, the fall of 1904, we'll see if that Denmark army can find its way into the North Sea. I'm sure it'll try again. I believe this one is yours to start off with, David.
Yeah, he actually does realize that he can only order to Sweden here. That looks like a bunch of red arrows to me as far as that goes. The thing that's not red is English Channel to London is not red, nor was it going to be. So this is all advantage Ian in the West. In the East, you do have the Austrians now taking Venice because Ionian hits Apulia. That was the important move there to support, to cut that support for Venice. So the AT continues. Again, Budapest to Romania shows that Cody is being very cagey. And sometimes you have to be as the Austrian in an AT because you are always in a more precarious position than the Turks. So I can understand the caginess, and that's probably what that is. Wait a minute, that's worse than that. Galicia is supporting the German into Warsaw. So this may actually be Cody deciding he's going to pivot. Although if you're going to do that, I don't know why you'd go to Tyrolia there. Cody's making some moves that are a little confusing to me. So I'm not really sure I understand the German move to Warsaw. Supporting that, I mean, if you're going to stick with the Turks, I'm not sure I get it.
Well, I'm not sure I read this as sticking with the Turks at all. Just maybe they wanted to get the Germans into Warsaw to keep the Turks from gaining a unit. They went to Romania and Bulgaria, to whichever the Black Sea could jump into, which the Black Sea did try to jump into one of them. And they took Venice with the idea of getting a build. So, I mean, it feels like a little bit of a chaotic Austria moment, which I both love and hate. So I'd like to see where it goes.
It must be a precursor to, I mean, this must be an attack on Turkey. That must be what this is.
I mean, absolutely. It's a pre-attack on Turkey, and we'll see.
Because if all of this is some kind of arrangement, you would just have you wouldn't have Warsaw being eliminated like that. They would be retreating or something. But they've wanted to rebuild it back down south.
Yeah, winter 1904 here. We're going to see Turkey rebuilding down here in the south. Army Khan, that's obvious. Army Vienna for Austria. Still a little strange if you're attacking Turkey. It's going to be Fleet in Marseille from France's Ian Rudnick. Edwin's got to pull one. And an Army Munich from Ed Sullivan. Thinking he's going to pull that back on the other side of the stalemate line. Ed is very invested in the East here as we head into the spring of 1904, and I believe it is you, Siobhan.
Yeah, I mean, I'll stick in the East where we left off last time, which is curiouser and curiouser. I mean, Johnny Gillam, no shock, takes Greece off of the Austrian, who appeared to be making moves off of him by supporting people into dots that he expected to keep. And there's not a lot that Johnny can do from a fleet in Greece, but we do have an army in Bulgaria, so we'll see where that goes. The Austrian, for his sake, doesn't make any movement. Self-bounds Bohemia and just supports all around. Teague just hangs out in a red arrow in Venice, which is unfortunate, but the French, Ian, lots of movement and lots of support for his German ally at this point. Does it, I suppose, supported bounce or expected bounce in Belgium between Holland and English Channel, but Norwegian Sea supporting the German into north. You love to see it. Like, so I guess the EF rages on.
So Ian, what is Ian's play here? He's gone to Burgundy. That's probably defensive. I don't know, but Ian's obviously in a really fine position here. I wonder if Johnny really wanted to get into St. Pete here, because now he doesn't have any way to cover Sev. I mean, it's clear that Cody was destabilizing the AT relationship. He then thought maybe it had gotten patched up, but that's not what Johnny thinks. And now it's an interesting situation that Johnny is in. He'd love to just take Romania. He can with 3 units on it, but he doesn't have any way to cover Sevastopol now because of Moscow going to St. Pete.
A quandary as we head into fall of 1905. That's a tempo killer for Mr. Gillum.
Well, it might still be okay if he can hold stuff.
Walks away. David?
He does walk away, or he's just covering his units. You know, Germany could have taken Moscow. Austria could have taken Sevs. He might just be covering himself there. So it's still a little unclear. FG is still going strong. That you've got a supported attack into Tyrolia. You've got the French going into Tyrrhenian Sea. You've got now the French coming to Mid-Atlantic. This is pretty good FG play. Obviously, Germany's already intervened, has been intervening in the East. And Ed was just saying this on one of his shows recently. He loves to play a Germany where he can intervene in the East with a unit or two. And that's exactly what he's been doing here. So this is an interesting turn. The real question for me is the AT relationship salvageable or not? Because if it's not, then Johnny's got to hope that he can get big enough to deal with an FG alliance that's already intervened so strongly on the eastern side of the stalemate line.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like that relationship is salvageable at this point, and I don't know that Johnny has the tempo to get there. Because I don't feel like I can get Cody on side for that.
He has got to be hoping that the FG falls apart somehow, and I'm sure he's going to be trying to make that happen.
And best of luck to him.
But you can't argue with 2 builds. You cannot argue with 2 builds from Johnny Gillum for building for St. Pete in Greece, you know.
But 2 armies?
That is interesting. Maybe he doesn't think he needs fleets because he's got the Italian fleets that are going to work with him. Maybe that's the theory. But I would have been really well, he's got the fleet to go back to Black Sea. Actually, I think the armies make sense. He wants to pull that fleet into the Black Sea. And so he'll go to Smyrna, Armenia. Now, the fact that the Austrians just removed Romania is a olive branch to the Turks.
Okay, if you feel like you've got the Austrian and the Italian on board, then I get it.
I don't think he thinks Austria is his friend. I think he's going to try to go after, but we'll see. Maybe not. Maybe that's not what happens here.
Spring of 05.
Yeah,
Rip to Edwin. Nice to see you.
Yeah, bye, Edwin. Thanks for playing, man. All right, the Turks. The Turks maybe thought the Italians could help him, but in fact, the Italians were helping the French into the Ionian Sea. So that's really something. But he has sent his armies against the Austrians, and the Austrians probably were not expecting that. They thought they had patched things up, but I don't think Johnny believes that's patchable because he's not doing it. He's taken the support to Warsaw, great. But I think that he is making his play here. Now, let's look at the West because Ed is making his play. Convoy to London, going to Burgundy. That's got to, none of this can't be by consent. This is Ed getting the jump on Ian in the West, which certainly
London, Norwegian, Burgundy.
Yeah, he's going to lose Paris now. London cannot be taken back.
Oh,
There's
that's
a,
so
there's a,
weird.
there's a guess about taking the Edinburgh potentially.
This is huge, and this is nothing but good news to Johnny Gillam's ears, I think.
This is all pro Johnny. Now, again, I don't blame Ed for taking his shot. Sometimes you got to take a shot.
I like it. All right.
Fall of 1906, Ed continues his shot.
Well,
Certainly does.
London,
He
as
does
said,
take
was
Edinburgh.
kept.
Yeah.
Edinburgh was a guess. He took it. Paris was ripe for the taking. Ed walks into Piedmont. And France obviously turns around, does take Tunis. And this, like we said, nothing but good news to Johnny Gillam's ears. Takes Romania, walks into Galicia, takes Serbia, keeps Warsaw. So, I mean, this is
Wow.
what a
Cody
change.
looks like he's just gone into puppet mode.
Yeah.
It's one thing you can do when you're small and you're losing. You can try to be the puppet and hope that they will keep you alive, as opposed to fighting a losing battle. I mean, sometimes it's the right move.
I mean, there were other options, but it's hard to see in the moment sometimes when you're a smaller power.
Well, the winter of 1906 is going to be +2 for Germany, +3 for Turkey. This is a two-dog race, and it is neck and neck. Cody Green's going to pull 2. Those will be significant. Ian's going to pull 2. I mean, the disband's as important as the builds here, because these powers are going to decide which great power they're going to support. And we'll see those, and then we'll jump right into the spring of 1907. Oh, that is good news for Johnny, isn't it?
Whew.
Yeah, I said Cody was just going straight, puppet mode and just going to try to be the tip of the spear and hope that Johnny keeps him alive. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
This is a completely different game than we have seen so far tonight, which is fun. It's fun to see different games.
Spring 1907. We'll start with you, Siobhan.
I mean, advantage Johnny in almost every way. Like, just the scarcity of stuff in the Balkan centers. He can take those later, keep Cody alive if he's willing to work and hold the line against the German. And yeah, I mean, you just move your fleets forward. You get into Apulia, you get into Ionia, and you move Aegean forward. Like, it's just great. And the French are trying to take stuff back from Ed, and yeah, Ed's moving around to Clyde, but it'll take him a second to get up to Liverpool. And we're going to be trading some centers for a minute, but I think Johnny has the advantage in the end of this.
Well, it's really true, because Ian is still a viable enemy for Germany, and Turkey doesn't really have a viable enemy. He's got chaos that he's trying to take advantage of. Take Italian stuff, take Austrian stuff, maybe eventually take Tunis. So certainly Johnny has the advantage, but don't count out Ed, of course.
Fall of 1907. Can Johnny keep the momentum? This is you, David Head.
Can Johnny keep the momentum? Well, he takes Trieste because, of course, again, the Austrians are not defending against him. This is really important diplomatically. He also takes Naples because the Austrians are actively helping him take stuff. So the fact that Johnny has Cody on side and Ed is having to fight Ian is going to make the big difference here, I think. And Ian's still fighting, and as well he should. But like Ian is not going to be able to defend Tunis in the long run, right? I mean, so this is a pretty big Johnny Gillam advantage. Yes, we'll see what it looks like, when we see the center count. But Ed's got to hope that something changes here diplomatically. Maybe he's got to cut some kind of deal with Ian now or something. Maybe if he wants to take a shot at the board top in the future. I don't even know if he has time for that. Turkey, once they get this big in 1907 with a game that's going to end in 1910 or 1911, that's going to be tough.
Agreed. Yeah, just 100% agreed.
Army Constantinople for Johnny. Army Berlin for Ed Sullivan. This could be a year where a stalemate line starts to form, but that all hinges on the relationship between Germany and France. Spring 1908, I believe that means we're starting with you, David Hood.
Well, it does not look like friendship in the FG relationship, so that continues. If anything, it looks like maybe there's some kind of deal struck between Ed and Johnny, because Johnny doesn't even try to advance position with his armies there, does he? At least not in the short term. Now, as Johnny famously said on a video one time, "Don't believe my BS." He was talking, "Don't ever believe my BS. I give a lot of BS. Don't believe my BS." So I doubt that Ed is actually listening, but, Johnny's definitely doing a tempo play here. He's doing a self-bouncing Tyranian, so he's trying to look less menacing as he menaces the board. So we'll see how that goes. The Germans getting into Gascony is an important move tactically. French convoy back to Picardy, which, they feel like they need to hold their home country, but obviously that is not going to help them keep London in the fall turn.
Yeah, I understand the self-bounce in Tyrrhenian Sea, but I don't agree with it. Ed is making tempo elsewhere, and Johnny needs to make it as well. And we'll see.
Johnny probably thinks he has a little bit of time on his side. Again, he's got Budapest whenever he wants it. He probably thinks he's got Tunis whenever he wants it. Probably thinks he's got some of those other things whenever he wants it.
Fall of 08. Wow.
Oh my gosh. No, I was not expecting that.
What?
Was not expecting that.
I have words.
We've got some time while I switch over to Olympus. Let's hear them.
Johnny,
I
Gillum,
mean,
what do you?
Yeah, go, David.
Come on, Johnny Gillum, man. You were going to be able to beat Ed, I think, in this race. You take Vienna, Budapest right now if you want. Support yourself to Tyrrhenian, which means you're going to take Tunis. I don't know. I don't get it. Now, some people are perfectly fine with a shared board top. They've enjoyed the game. They liked the way Ed Sullivan played. Ed Sullivan liked the way Johnny Gillum played. They go to each other and say, "Hey, why don't we just share this board top? Didn't we both have a good game?" And they say, "Okay," and they shake their hands and go. But if you think you ended this game because you couldn't do better, I think the answer is definitely no for Johnny, and probably no for and Ed probably should have maybe thought he could have taken a shot here. He's going to get London.
So I'm going to say I'm seeing some comments in the chat, and I'll share them. Johnny Gillum says, Cody threw me the game. I wasn't going to kill him, and I didn't want to kill the new guy either, which I understand and I feel is very honorable and respectful. What I don't understand is Ed Sullivan taking this draw. If, given everything that Johnny has told us here in the comments, why does Ed take this moment?
Because Ed doesn't know any of that and thinks that Johnny will kill all these people, take their stuff. And so Ed thinks that the best he can do is a shared board top. Johnny,
how many shared board tops have we watched Ed take where we've said, Ed, go for more?
Yeah, I know, but he got 12 center shared board top where he thinks he's going to come in second. Might be what happened here. It's really Johnny that I question. I understand now. He's saying he just literally didn't want to take their centers. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fair. I get it. I disagree with the premise because I'm me, but
well, not everybody's quite as bloodthirsty and cutthroat as you are.
What are you talking about, David?
But I do think it's okay if, for example, if it's the new guy or that's what I thought, Ed. And that made sense to me that you took that draw. Although, again, I might have wondered if I could possibly have done better. I don't know. But I totally understand the thinking. Johnny's thinking I didn't understand at all. I now do. After hearing what got said there.
So, I mean, I guess that's fair.
A dose of morality from Johnny Gillum. Sometimes you find a little bit of ethics where you least expect it. If you look under enough rocks. And Ed Sullivan deciding he can't win again. Not something you hear very often, but probably true. We have one more Virtual Diplomacy League game yet to play today, the Nightcap, and it will be the Nightcap because before we get there, we are going to see 2 of the 8 semifinal games from the Olympus tournament, the Olympus Press Tournament, which is a 98-player tournament, the Olympus Discord server. It out of 98 players, it was whittled down to a top 28, which constituted the semifinals. Those top 28 were determined by 14 board toppers in 14 games, and then 14 at-large bids based on score using OMG scoring, which stands for Open Mind the Gap. It's get the most centers and have more centers than the next most centers person, that type of thing. These semifinals.
Let me take a break here, guys. Let me take a break here.
David Hood hopping out, Kevin O'Kelly in. These semifinals are 8 games played with 28 players, so all 28 are playing 2 games each. It's not a board-topping format like you see in DBNI. They're using the Open Mind the Gap system, and it's just combined the 2 scores from your 2 games, and the top 7 advance to the top board of Olympus. So the games are running simultaneous. That'll create all sorts of shenanigans that we are not used to in the face-to-face and live play, where you can't really play simultaneous. I'm looking forward to seeing what we have. Kevin, do we have the player list from semifinal 2?
We do.
We do, and it is in Austria, Gordon McNeil. In England, Erevant, who has been in the chat today. Francis Bloak, who has a YouTube channel that's put out some videos. I don't know if they've been active lately in the YouTube game, but they've been putting out plenty of videos on their channel. Germany, Kelly McVeigh. Italy, Marianne Orsulich. Russian, Lemieux. Turkey, Farid. Siobhan, Kevin, we're all from the face-to-face world. How many of these names do you recognize, if any?
I will say, though, I'm rooting for Kelly McVeigh because that feels like a very Irish name. So that's I'm just tossing my hat in that ring.
Kevin?
Gordon McNeil also has the Irish. It's in Chicago, and when in elections, if you don't know who to vote for, you always vote for the Irish last name. That's what I was taught. So
you haven't left me any Irish folks to root for, so I guess I'll root for Irreverent, which sounds kind of like irreverent. That's kind of edgy. So and they're
That's
in the
your
chat
style,
today.
Zach.
You know how I do.
And Lemieux's got DBNI points from last year too. So we know that
there we go.
That player's been at least been in a couple games we've entered into a database.
And if you're in the chat and you know any background about these players, don't tell us anything about these games. But if you know any background about these players, who's a shark, who's interesting to watch, you can go ahead and add that context in the chat. But we will get to Spring 1901, and we got to get Kevin's voice out there. So, Kevin, I think you have to start. The people are dying to hear you talk.
All right, let's do it. Let's get the buttons going, and without reveal. Oh, there we go. The supported attack to Burgundy. I know a few people mentioned about bouncing, defensive play. Want to make sure to cover breast. Go big or go home with the supported attack to Burgundy. Wonder if Munich was lured there. My preferred move to Yorkshire, not to Eddie. And the rest of it is typical old school face-to-face play, except for Ankh to arm with no fist bump. So.
Yep, that was the only thing I was going to point out, but you got right on it. The Ankh to arm was the only thing that surprised me.
Well, then we'll go right into the fall of 1901, Siobhan.
I mean, interesting here is that England tries to convoy to Holland. Letting France into Belgium, letting France get 3, which is not something I see very often. Otherwise, Russia gets into Sweden. Turkey walks right into Sevastopol. And I wonder if they were talking about doing a cute little Sev-Con swap, but Turkey just decided to hold in Con, denying Russia Romania as well, which is interesting. So I'm sorry, Lemieux, because I'm not sure that you thought that was how that was going to go in the South.
So remind me, I'm not terribly familiar. Is this 24-hour press turns? Is that the setup, Bobsy Builder?
He'll have to put it in the chat. I'm fairly certain that that it's 24 hours. These games, by the way, go through 1912. These are not unlimited. They're going through 1912.
Excellent. Because like I'm thinking, if you're really luring them in. This seems like a Leviathan same way. Oh, okay, let's lure in Munich to bounce into Burgundy. That way there's no way a chance to support in Holland. Then we can bounce them out of Holland. We'll keep Germany, down to 4. France getting 6, probably not necessary. But if France has promised England Holland in spring 1902, maybe it's worth the risk for Irreverent to jump in on that. No love, no trust. Vienna to Trieste in fall 1 to potentially cover, but again, pretty standard. Warsaw to Moscow, very interesting. I don't see where that comes in, except for I'm trying to stay off the front lines in a 1912 game. That's surprising. Here we go, 48-hour turns. Thanks, Bradley. So we get but 1912, in order to really get a big result, you got to be fast tempo. I really, Warsaw to Moscow is like Friday night whack tournament. I'm playing, with Mark Stoffel or Jim O'Kelly until 4 a.m. to start my tournament style play.
Yeah, that's my favorite kind of game to play. That's how I grew up in diplomacy. I don't know why you're saying that like it's a negative thing, Kevin, but
I'm just saying that's a style of play that very few of us enjoy. You and me, probably 2 of the few.
4 a.m. with Mark Zoffel. Who could think of a better time? Winter of 1901. We have no builds for Russia, 2 for Turkey, 2 for Austria, 2 for Italy, who I'm hearing is Tanjin. That's a name that I've definitely heard before. Maybe has played a game or 2 of virtual. France gets 3, as noted, and they'll get 2 fleets. England putting down 1 fleet as an Army Berlin from Germany. So deciding who they're going to fight, and it's not England. Spring of 1902. Siobhan, we'll start with you.
I mean, there's so much going on here. France supporting Germany into Kiel because, oh, whoops, England bounced you out of there. That definitely wasn't my negotiation that helped England convoy there instead of Belgium in 1901. But France also simultaneously just moving as fast north as they can, like attempting the Channel move, going to MAO, going to Spain, while Italy attempts to go the other direction, Tyrrhenian Sea, a bounce in Ionian, but we'll get there. And Turkey is fascinating because they're trying to get rid of that Russian fleet, but it's just retreating into Armenia, and then it's just going to keep going everywhere. And that's the problem with the Russian fleet, right? Is it's so hard to get rid of. And you love seeing the Turk grow, but that Russian fleet is just going to cause problems for forever.
Yeah, I think with AT seeming to be together here, maybe more of a probability that fleet gets destroyed in the fall, but we'll see.
It gets destroyed, but he loses Sevastopol for the effort.
Yeah, well, getting Romania maybe is the consolation prize. Well, if I'm Russia, I'm pitching Austria for everything.
I get it.
Yeah, I gotta find an ally somewhere. Although in the north, Russia's not under attack, so maybe diplomatically he can pull one here.
Yeah, that's true.
The fall of 1902. This is always a crucial and decisive turn, and that's why we'll give it to Kevin O'Kelly.
Well, that's good. Well, let me here we get that. Yeah, so does not get Romania, does not get the fleet destroyed. As I think I typed in the chat maybe about 20 minutes ago, I love setting myself up, or I love setting up the analysts to make statements that they believe will happen, only to get revealed on my own for what won't happen. So Bulgaria destroyed, Romania dislodged. That's well done, Lemieux. Although loses St. Petersburg in the process, so not a flaw of the approval. Was that meant for me, or was that meant for the Turk?
All the above.
All the above. Otherwise, France is locking down up there. So will Germany repay the favor? I know that Germany got the support into Holland from France to make sure that alliance picked up with the fleet in Irish, but not in English. There's not much. You can convoy around maybe, but you will need German help here. So France loses that early momentum.
Yeah, I mean, in the West, it's all about who Kelly McVeigh in Germany chooses to support. Because if they choose to support the English win this fight. If they choose to support the French eventually win this fight. But I think Kelly really has the upper hand there, especially with some of the chaos in the East with the Austrians turning on the Turk. That's wild. You love to see it. I mean, I love this kind of chaos.
Winter of 1902 sees in Austria already at 7 centers, building 2. Turkey pulling 1 after a red-hot start. Not so hot now. Germany's going to put 1 down, and as will Everevent in England, who is actually named Scott. We learned in the chat, and is playing out of Georgia. He's under siege, but I think he can pull through. I believe that Sploak will see the error of his ways and turn around. Spring of 1903. Siobhan, give me good news.
Fleet Eddie, Siobhan. I don't know. What do you?
Let's talk about Fleet Eddie for a second. That's an interesting build. I think that's.
I forget if it was the last league night or if it was the last game day, where someone was talking about building the fleet gives you future potential option to grow.
Yeah.
Building the army sets you back and keeps you locked in. So cheers to England here.
I'm not mad about this fleet build. Sometimes I am, because there is no army on the mainland, but there is an army on the mainland right now. And this gives potential to, here we see it right now, kick the German out of North Sea. You, as an English player, you never want anyone else in the North Sea. You still, we're losing the English Channel for a second, but not in a painful way. You still have control over everything going on. So I actually love this for Erevant.
And he's in the chat, which is great, or he or she is in the chat. So great.
Yeah. And so, thank you for, they told me that I'm nailing my analysis here. So I love them already. They're fantastic. They're my new best friend. No, but I mean, with the chaos happening in the East, and I'm going to jump over there because the German is going east. They're going into Denmark. They're dropping to Munich. They're going to Silesia. They're going to Prussia. This gives a lot of power to the English player, despite being railed upon by the French. And I like this. I'm confused about what's happening in Turkey. We've convoyed Con to Ankh and moved Ankh to Con. Cute. Cute. I love that. Well done.
Maybe not when Italy is moving fleets to Ionian and Eastern Med, but
tiny details there, Kevin. I love me a cutesy convoy.
Yeah.
Fall of 04. Maybe they'll convoy back. No, they don't. Kevin.
At least, at that point, so I'm always torn when there is a chance to convoy over, maybe for a surprise into Smyrna. You gamble on it. If I'm Italy here, I get to Syria. There's no chance of blocking. You take the guarantee and you go. But oh no, they got support. Oh, it's in. Oh, even better. Oh, Austria. So cheers to the Irish. Gordon gets the Irish. Oops, sorry. Gets the Italian in. I'm thinking the Green Irish here. So that's a win. Oh, got the support in. And so here's the reason not to do the cutesy convoy. Germany takes Warsaw. Interesting. Germany supports England into Sweden. So, as we mentioned going in the last time, France would need the German support. France doesn't get German support, but England gets German support. But France gets the army on the Isle, which is huge.
Well, France does get an army on the Isle, but I will say this is, there were a lot of guesses for the English player about, do I cover Wales? Do I self-bounce? Do I this? Do I that? And I think they played it completely correct, including the move from Eddie to Clyde, which I think is the key move in the West here. Despite there being a French army in Wales, England is building. They cleared a home center. I'm going to guess we're going to see an army. But, I mean, what's one French army on the island when you can defend all of it?
Yeah.
It just ties up France and gives other people reasons, like the Italian who's building, to move the other direction.
If you're France, though, why are you laying off maybe moving into Germany at this point? There's no threat on France, so France is just stagnating, but that's not bad for France because France doesn't need the aggressive game.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Johnny Gillam's in the chat disagreeing with me, saying it's going to be another fleet from England. So,
well, let's see it.
Winter 03.
Johnny doesn't know diddly.
Yes, called it.
Fleet in Berlin from Germany, Army Rome from Italy. That's kind of fun. And we see both the southern fleets from Turkey and Russia destroyed. So a late breaking, far too late RT.
Yeah. Fleet Berlin is actually fascinating to me. Obviously we're just going to go take Sweden and make the play for Scandinavia at this point.
You can't even. I don't.
Army Rome, though. Oh God, I don't want to linger too much on the builds.
Let's see the spring. Siobhan, talk us through it.
Yeah, so I'll start in the West where I've been focusing. Some unsurprising moves from the French. We drop into Burgundy because the Germans have been leaving some stuff alone over there. I think it's too little too late, honestly, in the German mainland. We go up to NAO, which is, I suppose, unexpected. And we had a lot of guessing games, and England is for now the loser. They lose London. They do kick them out of Wales, but they're going to have to cover Liverpool. It's sorry, Aravant. I've been such a fan up until now. And unsurprisingly, the Germans move into the Baltic. They move into Livonia. The Russians take St. Pete for now. So it's not a great turn for the English, but the Italians, meanwhile, in the southeast are doing great things. So can't wait to see that grow.
The Rome supporting Venice to hold is, that's what the army was built for.
I guess, but for what that was going to attack it with too?
Yeah, nothing. I will say about maybe Johnny was right. If you build the fleet, Eddie, you free up north to be Liverpool taps Wales, north taps Channel, and Eddie follows into north with only one German fleet on there, and then maybe it provided a little more defensive option other than needing to clog up the Isle like you and I were thinking might have been the better move. So we'll give Johnny.
I mean, for me, I was envisioning North Sea cutting English Channel no matter what. That way, if English Channel was the mover, you presume you get in there, and then you're threatening Brest because they're moving into NAO. That's what my brain was doing. But
yeah. But you don't want to give up north by accidentally getting in and then having nothing.
Which Denmark would have gotten into north if they accidentally. I guess. Yeah. But then you get into Denmark if they get into north, and it's a whole thing.
Yeah.
Follow for it's you, Kevin.
Oh, and loses Liverpool now too. That's rough. Takes Denmark though. Loses Sweden. Loses St. Pete.
St. Pete.
So who's the alliance? So in the West, is it FG now, or is it just F and G are attacking but not working together?
Denmark cut North Sea last season, which allowed France to take London. So you got to think that's an FG.
But was the move to Burgundy agreed upon? If it wasn't agreed upon, is Kiel covering Munich? I want to make sure I'm covering it. Like, it's not a perfect alliance, but it's not just random moves. Like, again, 48 hours gives you enough time to forget about what you talked about, maybe at the start of the discussions as well. I'll love to hear some feedback after, hopefully, some of the people in the chat. Maybe how these key turns are playing out, but I'll let, as I'm doing the recap and Siobhan's doing the analysis, I'll give her something to chew on. Italy keeps going. Turkey dying one by one, not dying all at once, and Ukraine getting into Warsaw. So the Irish continuing to lead the way, with Rome still supporting Venice.
Yeah, I mean, the end of this for me is that I think the French have the upper hand, with a close follow-up by the Austrians, of all people, who we haven't spent enough time talking about. Like, I think the Austrians are actually in a really great position to benefit, especially from the chaos in the East. And the Germans have kind of poked at everyone and irritated everyone just enough, with some exception of the French, but there's just enough distrust there that you were speaking to, Kevin, that I think the Germans will be the loser in the West and the Austrians will benefit from that implosion at some point.
Winter here of 1904 sees Russia building, Austria building again up to 8 fleet at long last for Italy, army fleet for Erevan. So seems ready to go south and not going to turn on the somewhat exposed Germany, who pulled in Livonia. I think we can push into the spring of 05 and start with Siobhan.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, the French are just, wow. Okay, so we get into Yorkshire, we get into Clyde, setting ourselves up to take Eddie in the fall. The English just abandon their own continent and convoy themselves to Holland with French support, which I think is brilliant on Sploke's or Sploak's part. Someone correct me on the pronunciation if you can. And then just like pushing into Lyon, pushing into Ruhr, pushing into Burgundy. This was the moment. And yes, Kelly is taking Norway. They're protecting some stuff of their own, but there's not enough they can do quickly enough to stop the French invasion. And yeah, you see an Italian going into Tyrrhenian Sea, but then Ionian's going to east, so there's nothing to back that up. And I think that's brilliant. What is happening down there? Thank you.
Because we didn't have just one of these in this game. We've now gotten 2.
Oh,
convoy switcheroo.
We convoyed. Wait, what?
Aegean convoyed, and Smyrna walked back.
Aegean convoyed Con to Smyrna, and Smyrna went to Con.
Because that allows them to take Yank.
Somebody has been going back through the DBN archives and looking for the moments where Siobhan has asked for these cutesy little convoys. And it's like, oh, I heard she's going to commentate tonight. Let me give her all of this. And so thank you, I want to say to each and every one of you, because I love it.
And tactically, like Zach said, this is the way to do it. So now Aang's gone, whereas slogging and moving around. So cheers to IA for they've been tactically strong all game long.
Perfectly done. Love to see it. You get hearts.
Follow 5, Kevin. Let's see if we get maybe another convoy swap. Who knows?
No convoy swaps. Just tactically doing it the right way. Austria, Black Arrow. So well done. I'll let the map speak to itself. England, for its effort, doesn't even get to keep Holland, loses Eddie, loses Norway, picks up Kiel, keeps Denmark. So down 1 after all that. Sad that it is, but yeah, this is France's chance to really make the push. Denmark, Norway, Sweden, maybe get the German centers to take the board top. I know board top isn't as crucial. You get to mind the gap, but still you want to top your board because you get the most points doing it that way. So cheers to France for really making the push here.
Yeah, no, I'll agree with that. I think it must be a little disappointing to France that Germany isn't going to fall as much as they might have hoped, because they are picking up Norway and St. Pete despite losing Kiel and Holland. So Germany actually winds up staying even, if I'm not wrong with my count. France goes up by quite a bit, which is a coup for them in its own right. But you always want to see your enemy go down when you're going up. So math has never been my strong suit, so we'll count when we get to the winter.
Yeah, let's flip it over to the winter of 1905. And math isn't my strong suit either.
Yeah, I think we may have lost a little bit of technical stuff. So let's talk about that for a second. Oh, there, is he back?
Sorry. Yeah,
he's back. We don't have to talk about it for any seconds. Thank God. The winter of 1905. Look at all that red as Gordon in Austria is going to put down another 2-10.
I love this Austrian. We've barely talked about them, and look at how well. I give them a couple of shout outs here, and as a self-described Austria fan, I love playing Austria. I love what Austria can do. This is a perfect example, because sometimes it goes so unnoticed while we're over there staring at the West, and we're over there staring at other things. This is what Austria can do, because eventually it's going to swallow up the Turkish peninsula as well. What Italy got there in Turkey, Austria is going to own. It's just going to happen.
It's Austria versus France, with maybe some chaos could crack the door open for Italy, who's going to build a fleet in Rome here, but a quick resolution in this game as we head into the spring of 1906, and start with Kevin.
Yeah, as we get there, and this might be the thing too, if it's 2 rounds or 2 boards, maybe Austria and Italy don't fight, and you think, look, I may not get my board top, but I've got a good ally going into number 2, and this will pave the way for something better on. Because if I'm IA, I don't know if I want to fight here. It would have to be a late game stab at best, and do I want to do that? So I'll be interested to see that, because spring 06 they seem to be working lockstep to keep the West, and by the West it's France and France only at this point, in check. I think this is going to be France's game to win, and we'll just see how good of a tactician. I saw a couple of people in the comments saying how good that Sploak, sorry, the press is fantastic. So here's the chance to see the tactics, and taking North Sea, and with no potential of losing, if not getting Norwegian in the fall. It's going to be great.
I'm just going to take a second to completely disagree with you, Kevin, because I am not your favorite. No, I'm going to say this is Austria's game to lose. I think this is, look at the moves into Silesia and to Prussia, and just sort of the shifting around to make sure that we're holding on to Bulgaria and Romania and all that while Italy reshuffles. I think Austria's got this.
I can count 4 more French centers. I can't count 4 more Austrian centers. That's my game. My guess is 14-12 to end the game.
Okay, we'll see. Counting has never been my strong suit, so we'll see how that goes.
Fall of 06, Siobhan.
So yeah, France repositions, convoys another unit into Holland, pulls down into Ruhr, Piedmont, shifts some fleets around in an interesting way in the Med. I guess the Italians on board? I'm unclear what that moment is to happen. The Austrian does get into Munich. We tap Berlin, but the English are in Baltic, causing some chaos for the moment. So we'll see where that goes.
I got nothing else.
Here we go. Winner. Another build for Austria. Gordon puts down Vienna. So, Austria has a 1 lead over Sploek here in France, but far more importantly is that Siobhan has a 1 lead over Kevin in their argument of who is better at counting. I think we head right into the spring of 1906, and Kevin, I'll count on you to take us through it.
Yeah, as we're getting there, as I mentioned, trying to get those Scandinavian dots, which I was counting on. You could see England has fallen in with France, clearly working towards this. So the question, I don't know, open mind the gap, is it like some of squares where 2 small centers doesn't get you a lot of points, but maybe there's some bonus for non-elimination? And if that's the case, then I could see why England is playing along with this. And again, to be a good ally to the end earned you points later on too. So Austria fighting their way to get there, but is that Ruhr taking Munich though? Germany,
yeah,
Ruhr takes Munich.
Yeah, Germany is aiding the cause there. Huh, interesting.
Ugh,
okay.
Gross. I hate it when I'm wrong.
Ooh, and Italy turns on Austria here with the fleets repositioning. Ooh, that's rough because Italy's not going to get a board top out of this. So,
yeah, I mean it's always curious to see how and why people decide the things they're deciding, because Italy is actively attempting to support France into Tyrolia. They're turning their fleets around. I'm still not mad about the position that Austria is in. I think it's unfortunate that they didn't see this moment coming and maybe could have made different moves. But such as it is.
Fall of 1907. Siobhan is not mad, just disappointed. And I will let you, Siobhan, talk through this next set of moves.
Oh, now I'm disappointed.
What is going on?
What is with? I mean, okay. France takes Norway. Cool. Support. Hold. Support. Self bounce. Support. Hold. Okay. Italy takes Greece, and Austria reshuffles a little bit. They can move on.
like Berlin provided the support to Munich, and then you take Norway from it. So maybe there was some agreement there, but
I guess, but I
guess it wasn't a German center, so yeah.
Spring of 1908, we got the fleet build from Italy, Fleet Brest Army Marseille from France. I mean, there's the only thing left here to decide is if France is going to get any sort of opening for a solo. Seems unlikely, and it's
and done. So McCullis just called it in the comments a moment ago.
So moral of the story is Kevin is a better counter. However, yeah,
numbers are hard.
My prediction of the Irish did not go well.
Neither did mine, it turns out.
Well, high five. Well played on France's part, though. I mentioned stagnating, but I said maybe for France, just let the things play out. And whether it was press, whether it was, I don't think it was a tactical guess in any situation. It was always the orders just seemed to work in France's favor, and maybe they were able to persuade everyone else to get to that point.
Oh, I think it was beautifully played on France's part. I have a soft spot for Austria in general, who doesn't tend to do well in any meta that's existed. And so anytime I see them getting close, I'm like, yes, it's Austria's turn.
Yeah.
So
okay. So from a point standpoint, 22.5 and 19.5, whereas the turn before we were at 34, 26, and 20. So Italy actually lost points by doing that. Now, Italy would have lost points anyway because France would have gotten those dots no matter what. The gap was going to be widening. So by getting that extra center, the gap didn't widen as much for Italy. So maybe it's worth it.
Yeah. Well, big swing there. A big swing for Sploak. I'll say that Sploak did get enough to be on the top board. Ended up second overall in the standings here in the semis. I'll just say keep an eye on Gordon McNeil. I don't know if we're going to see them in the other game. Let's pull up the roster for the other game because if Gordon's in it, then I won't say anything. But if Gordon's not. So Gordon lost Munich and lost Greece towards the end of that game. And I don't know how close the points were, but they ended up in 8th, needing a top 7 to get to the top board. So could have been 2 very, very important dots slipping through their fingers. In semifinal 5, we have Austria, Andrei Gribakov, well known to anyone who views these streams. England is Dominic. France, Evan Bolaris, another virtual face-to-facer. Germany is Erevant, who's going to come through for me this time. Italy is BZ. Russia, Lady Razor, the diplomacy community's resident artist. And Turkey is Nick Heibel, Siobhan, Kevin. Obviously, we know Andre and Evan. We saw Erevant last game. Did any of these other ones ring a bell to you? Otherwise, we'll let the chat fill us in on who we should be scared of.
Yeah, let's let the chat get there.
Yeah, chat can fill us in. I got a root from my favorite country, Austria, and Andrei Gerbakov, who lives about 15 minutes away from me, despite the fact that we never see each other. So that's my prediction for this game.
I'll take it away, Siobhan, for the spring of 1901.
Yeah, absolutely. So, England, Dominic. Love to see a just strong drop to the channel in Wales and North. Haven't seen that in a hot second. Bounce in Burgundy, bounce in Piedmont and MAO, which is a unusual move for France in spring of 01. Venice went to Piedmont, Munich went to Burgundy, so clearly that got sniffed out. And then some more standard stuff. You see a little Chicago weasel nonsense happening in Turkey. The Sunstrom, as we like to call it. And I think that's all she wrote.
So we were talking about the French opening, the Paris bouncing Munich, Marseille. This guarantees that France will still get one build, not even worried about maybe losing Brest. So cheers to Evan for a good French opening when maybe he knows the hit is on.
If he knows that everyone's coming after him, which they all did,
yep.
It's not the worst way to go.
Yeah. And gets 2 and doesn't even have to fear.
Doesn't even cover Brest.
Yeah.
Love it.
Strong.
Leviathan was my prediction of 2022, and as much of League Night as I've watched in 2023, the Juggernaut is not the name to be feared anymore. Leviathan is, with France leading the way, where I need Goffey and McAllister to come on the show again to lecture us, and correctly so, to say that France needs to be watched. And France is, well done here. In the East, taking Black Sea, when you can't, you're leaving Sev open, and Russia's going to build 2. So Anna Fleet and Sev, which is good. This is going to be a fun one.
All right, winter 1901, England putting down 2, France 2, Germany 2, Austria 2, Turkey 1, Russia 2, Italy 1. Turkey Fleet Con, maybe the only real decision to be made here, gives Italy an opportunity to slip into Eastern Med. We'll see if they do in the spring of 1902. Kevin.
Prediction is yes, and the answer is no.
How about a G instead?
Yes. Well, this was the AI without trading Trieste, since for some reason Venice went to Piedmont, and is now needing to try and go back and block an Austrian attack onto Venice. Maybe that was agreed upon. A little hey, distract, leave Marseille open. I'm not going to go there. I have to cover Venice in the fall. we'll see what that happens. But gets Sevastopol, blows up that newly built fleet, which is, I don't think they could have done anything else about it. So, and then covering Warsaw and Moscow again. It'll get losing tempo after a good start. Taking Norway. That's why I hate leaving North Sea open afterwards.
I love the taking Norway, hate leaving North Sea open, ever supporting yourself in the North Sea, but then you have to retreat to Norwegian. Oh my God, both France and Germany set themselves up to take Belgium while England sets themselves up to support it. I mean, I guess, we're in Munich. I guess we can support into Burgundy, but now we're in Gascony, so France is fine, actually. I'm not mad at this for Evan.
Is the English army going to die?
It always does. It's in Belgium. It's going to take a minute, but it's going to die.
With multiple support.
Oh, look, it dies right away.
With French and German support.
Siobhan,
so
this is yours here.
So now we've turned this into an FG because English armies go to Belgium to die and English fleets go to the English Channel to get booted right back out. We do see London attempt to convoy to Holland with no success, but yeah, it's Dominic's the loser in this in the end in the West, and I will see who's the upper hand in the end. It feels like it's gonna be Germany to me at the moment. So we'll see where that goes. But meanwhile, in the east, we've got a long convoy or a long attempted convoy over to Smyrna. So the guess should have been to Syria. Sorry. And Austria takes Bulgaria. Sevastopol gets into Romania. Moscow gets into Sevastopol. So that's just a trade between Turkey and Russia.
Yeah. No fleet in Eastern Med means no Syria, but Bulgaria. Bulgaria or Smyrna gets lost there, and so maybe Andre slipped to Turkey. Hey, why don't you cover Syria? You'll be fine. Actually,
that's smart. Okay, yeah, I somehow missed that there was nothing in Eastern Med because I just assume there is. That's
winter of 1902 sees Austria, another fast-starting Austria, putting down a build. It's going to be an army there, an army in Berlin for Germany. England forced to pull London in a reversal of fate, now on the defense, and it'll be an army and a wave for Russia, the first wave of the day here on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. We'll go now into the spring of 1903, and an odd-numbered spring means we get Siobhan.
Yeah, so I'm going to start back up in the east where I left off last time. Romania convoys to Ankara, which is curious. And Austria is the winner for it. Pushes into Galicia, takes Romania, goes to Tyrolia. Turkey does take the Aegean Sea, but that does allow the Italian to retreat into Bulgaria. So I'm not entirely clear what's going on there. And the Italian convoys themselves into Apulia back onto their boot. And the French, who I thought were doing so well, do a whole lot of nothing. Well, I guess they get into Irish. And then meanwhile, the Germans take Sweden, they push into Prussia, and I like that position more and more. Norway attempted to support Denmark to north, it looks like.
Yep, and failed. And instead loses Sweden. Nice little slip in from Erevant.
Yeah.
My champion.
So Italy supported Bulgaria. That's what it looks
Italy?
Like Aegean supported Bulgaria, but also convoyed back home.
Can you show us the orders, Kevin?
It only show. Oh no, we'll show support. Yeah, supports Bulgaria.
It supported Bulgaria, but then Bulgaria moved, and then they retreated into Bulgaria.
Well, because Greece attacked, Ionian and then
Yeah.
Vienna to Tyrolia, so rightfully so retreated there. But interesting, they didn't see it coming here.
Yeah.
The fall of 1903 is for you, Kevin O'Kelly.
Austria is supporting Turkey into Bulgaria, so it's a trade of Romania and Bulgaria. So Turkey is back to where they should have been in 1901. Austria one center up on it and doesn't do anything there, but Turkey gets an Ionian. Okay, so AT comes alive there. Russia doesn't get anything for their efforts. Had one in the bank, but loses Sweden. Doesn't lose Warsaw. Okay, I'll leave that there. We'll let Siobhan talk about that. And then, just like last game, Picardy gets to Wales, with England coming home to defend with Germany and North Sea. So where we were last game.
I mean, essentially where we were, and not to be a broken record here, I kind of love the Austrian position. Andre's been very patient. I think he's playing this right. I think he's not wrong to be supporting where he is supporting. The French, I feel, are being too patient, or they, at least last turn they were. And it's biting them in the butt this fall.
Yeah.
So,
and I think Germany's in a better offensive, aggressive position in this game and seems more decisive to want to attack, whereas Kelly kind of sat back and took her time to make decisions, but then once she needed to move and be aggressive, like Doug Moore always says, get that next build. She never made that attack for the next build, and I think got swallowed up. I think this Germany is going to do it different.
Well, we head into this winter of 1903, and as I call out the builds, I believe we're going to get a sub here. Siobhan getting a brief rest because David Hood has rejoined the show. Welcome back, David. And, of course, we're going to put you above Kevin. It's going to be one build for Germany, a fleet in Kiel, a fleet in Naples for Italy. Nobody else makes an adjustment, so a watery winter in 1903. David, I know you're chomping at the bit to get some words on the board, so I'll give you spring of 1904.
Please do. Let's see. Does Wales take London? I guess they do take London. I'm trying to read that.
I believe by convoy.
Wales takes London by convoy?
Oh, a switch.
Switcheroo. That's
our
cool.
Third switcheroo.
That's not here to see it.
Yeah. And of course, while we're at it, let's have the Germans convoy to Edinburgh while we're at it. Let's see. In the East, I saw the sort of the weirdness around Bulgaria and all that, but now the Turks just leave. That's an interesting way to play that. The Turks are kicked out of Ionian, which means they can retreat forward into Tyrrhenian. So that's assuming they're still with Austria as they sort of were last turn. That could be interesting. Greece holds is interesting, isn't it? As opposed to defending, as opposed to moving, they're just holding. That's an interesting choice that Andre's making while he's taking Venice. I mean, the Ionian hitting Apulia, the whole point of that was to allow the Austrians to take Venice.
Yeah, this we were just saying with Austria and with Germany, they're more aggressive. Austria was really good about being patient, being a good ally last time. Didn't make the bold move. Andre's doing so here. Germany, same way. The convoy to Eddie never happened last time. Not that we're comparing the games, but how Germany and Austria are going to be the fighting for the board top is their
Silesia to Warsaw, something I forgot to point out earlier.
Yeah, with nothing able to stop that in the fall, except for support into Moscow.
Yeah, you can do that. Austro-German cooperation in 1904 is not unheard of, but it's also not all that common. And it can really work when you make it work like this.
Yeah, and Romania is supporting Black Sea to set. Like there's Andre is playing the diplomatic game in both spheres with Germany in the West and with everyone here in the East working well, and it's gonna pay off for him. But no, is picking up 2, but only has 1 spot to build. So playing one down. The island. England will be down to 1. No further attack there. Nothing else gained for Sweden or for Germany, but that will surely change next year.
The winter of 1904 sees Austria forced to only build one of the 2, like you said, Kevin. It's going to be a fleet from Turkey, an army from France, and England choosing to delete both these fleets and keep Wales. Why not? I guess Russia's going to pull Norway and try to hunker down in St. Petersburg. So you love it if you're France and Germany, and now they each have to decide if they're going to stay together or fight into the spring of 1904, which I'll have Kevin O'Kelly call out for us.
Here, do I need to go back 2 years for spring 1904?
Just go with it. Zach has his numbers wrong most of the time. Just go with it.
Numbers, letters, words. He gets his orders right. That's all that matters. Yeah, we're talking a lot about Austria, but Turkey supporting Russia into its own home center is something I don't normally see in this game, but it happens every once in a while, and it's happening here. So we're getting to the point where maybe this is game 5 of 8. So maybe this is round 2, and Nick is looking to have a little more fun than fight for a board top, but I'm not sure about that. France convoying back home, Germany going into France. Ooh. Well, I was going to criticize Wales being left on the map because there wasn't a whole lot Wales can do, but now Wales will at least hold in Liverpool, which can't be taken. So cheers to Dominic for living one more year.
Yeah, FG war is now obvious. I think I like the convoy to Belgium idea, because that was not to be expected, and you thought Belgium was going to move, which it did. I liked that myself.
Yeah, they both fought each other. Maybe the press gave something away. David, I know with Postal, was there anything in a game where you could tell if the handwriting was scribbled a little differently, or the tone of the messages was a little, you felt the stab coming? Is email press the same way, I wonder?
There were subtle clues in the handwriting and how much they wrote and that sort of thing that could tell you something. There was a lot of that. Usually if you had a talkative guy and then they just sent you a postcard with 2 sentences on it, then you knew something was going wrong.
They ran out of stamps, and so I couldn't write as much press this time.
Except they didn't call it press in those days, but that's another story.
Fall of 1905. And this one's I think Hood is the fall of 1905.
At first, I thought maybe they were putting the Russians in Smyrna and they're going to convoy them somewhere, but they're just going to leave them. That's one way to play it. Sevastopol to Romania, I wonder if that's by arrangement of the Austrians. It could very well be, because Austria knew he was going to get Warsaw. So that might have been literally a deal, because that way the Turks don't lose anything for losing Smyrna. So that could be it. And maybe the theory here is that they're giving Russia Smyrna, but they're going to use that. In other words, that's going to allow the Russian unit up north to stay on the board longer, or something like that. Maybe that's the theory. Let's look at the FG war for a minute. France doesn't even cover London. That's a little surprising to me. Don't cover it from English Channel. Prioritizing killing the guy in Picardy, which you would have killed anyway. I don't know. That's an interesting choice. In the fall, you don't often choose the destruction of a unit that's going to get rebuilt over defending a center. The Italians now going to the Western Med. That's got to mean something.
Ruhr here supports Burgundy to Belgium. Makes me wonder if there's a détente brewing here between France and Germany, in which this PIF allows Germany to rebuild along with the swap of London.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe
Winter of 1905. I think the build that Germany puts down may just tell us if that is
Hey,
true.
before we move on, can you guys explain to me the convoy to Tunis? Because I'm having trouble seeing what that's all about. What do you guys think that's about?
A guaranteed convoy to Spain next turn.
Could be, or something.
They've done a lot of convoys. So this, I think Sean and I had 2. You and I had 1. Now we got this one.
So it's just a practice of your convoy mechanics. Maybe that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Winter 05. We have Tunis, having been convoyed, gets picked up. We get Army in Budapest. We get Kevin disbanded and Siobhan built. Army Berlin, Fleet Khan. I have a feeling Russia will not survive in Smyrna for much longer. Siobhan, we missed you, and that's why we can't wait for you to talk about the spring of 1906.
Yeah, no, I've been watching for a season or 2 before coming back on, and I can't wait to see what happens in spring. But I'll just say that I feel that my prediction before I left is essentially what's coming to fruition, which is everything is coming up Andre. Like, Germany may have an extra center right now, but no, it's all about the Austrians. So show me spring. And here we go. Okay, Tyrolia, Bohemia, Venice, Tyrolia, supporting the Turk out. And so the AT is going strong, and you love to see it. And the Italian, instead of taking any guaranteed Spain, is just pushing right into MAO, which is both chaotic and inadvisable, and I love to see it. Wow. And the Turk is, of course, the one who gets to benefit from this because they just walk into Naples, presumably they'll walk into Tunis next turn. And meanwhile, it's a lot of red arrows.
Yeah, the ketchup and mustard alliance is really doing well here, and with the Italians going. It's a little unclear whether this is just vacating or they're actually going to go take French centers. I guess we'll find out what level of insanity the BZ has in store for us.
Yeah. I couldn't tell you if I wanted to.
And the answer is
BZ just told us.
No Italian Portugal. No Italian Portugal. It's Italian North Atlantic instead for some reason.
Oh.
But they didn't lose Tunis yet, so they're still around.
I find the double support into Tyrrhenian Sea on the part of the Turk an interesting choice. Why not just take a swing at Tunis? Nothing threatening Naples. And they walked out of Smyrna.
Yeah, I thought at the time that the whole point of that unit or taking that center was to make a northern unit. That was kind of the point of it. So
now they get it.
Okay.
So now that's what they're going to do. Probably build a fleet north coast or something.
Okay, that does make sense.
Yeah.
But not taking a swing at Tunis is very curious to me, unless
you're going to same thing. You're going to use that fleet in North Atlantic
as a northern fleet.
As a northern fleet to screw around with the FG. That's the theory behind it. Although I agree with you that the tempo doesn't make sense. Just go to Tuscany, go to Tyrrhenian, and go to Naples.
Yeah. It's where the moves went doesn't make sense, even if you're leaving the Janissaries.
Yeah. At any rate, we quibble. The ketchup and mustard guys are doing just fine.
I wonder if they're expecting that to be an army in St. Petersburg when they went through all the trouble to create the build. Well, it's what they got, and it's also an army in Kiel, Italy keeps the fun unit. Turkey puts down another fleet. And this is your classic AT, in which Austria is all armies, Turkey is all fleets, and they are racing the. Well, it's not really an FG, so they're going to win this race because there's no alliance on the other side of the board.
Well, and they do have the Janissaries. I mean, the Army St. Pete is worthwhile. I mean, it goes to Finland, then it can screw around with both of those centers. The fleet would have been cooler, either one, South Coast or North Coast, but the Army's totally useful.
I would have loved to have seen a South Coast build this turn, but it's Russia's looking out for themselves and taking Moscow back.
Oh boy, yeah. That's the problem with puppets. Sometimes they won't do what you ask. The strings get cut.
I know.
I have a feeling Smyrna's falling in the fall,
or not. I mean, it depends on what Turkey.
Unless we'll see. I'm with Zach on this one. Smyrna's not standing through the fall. Tunis will last, I think. Ish. Oh, I don't see. Yeah, but we should have been up in Tuscany. But we can quibble about what happened in the past all we want. Austria is supporting France into Munich, which I think is an interesting moment.
Yeah, that's just the enemy of my enemy is my friend type thing. Is you just keep the France and Germany screwing around with each other, and eventually Austria kills all of that themselves. That's the theory behind it.
Well, I'm out here rooting for Andre on this one, so let's go.
Fall of 1908, Smyrna falls.
Yeah.
Tunis falls.
Tunis falls to the French.
Convoyed by the Turk. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
What?
This is a moment at which I pause and say, I have questions, and none of them are complimentary to anyone on this board.
I'm sure there's some theory of the universe here. I just don't know what it is. They're getting ready to design an end game, maybe? An end game position that they're going to vote on?
I just have questions.
What happens when you have too much time to think? 48 hours, you think, you think, and you think, and you think, and you do things that don't make sense to the three of us, which means they're bad.
I didn't say anything was bad. I just, I as you know, try not to be pejorative here. I'm sure they have a theory of the universe, and it might make sense to them because they have privy to the conversations we're not privy to. I mean, it just looks like some kind of arranged end game state or something. That's the only explanation.
Well, and they all have knowledge privy to the scores they want to achieve to get to where they want to be, that I don't have knowledge of those numbers. And to be fair, I've done some really weird things to place myself in tournaments. This is just bizarre to me.
I think we head into the winter of 1907 here. Turkey is going to build 0. Austria will build 1. Double fleets from France. And RIP to the Italian pirate. I pull in Livonia from Germany. So we have Austria, France, Turkey, and Germany battling it out. Maybe a lowercase
Let's go.
Germany here in some trouble and surrounded from all sides. We've got 5 more years of play if they decide to use it. Spring of 1908. Siobhan?
All right. Well, we see in the East, Andre positioning himself to make a play on St. Petersburg in the fall, which, I mean, this is the time to do it, right? There's nothing there to support it. Some bounces around with the Turk. It's unclear to me how much they're fighting and how much they're supporting, but everything is defendable for the moment. And in the West, we push the French up into NAO, so England and France are cooperating now. And in the natural state of order of everything in diplomacy, the Turks are in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean.
Yes, and they killed the army in Tunis with the fleet Tyrrhenian, as opposed to Ionian. Naples doesn't go to Tyrrhenia, it goes to Rome. There's some arrangements going on here that that are opaque to me, which is fine. They don't have to be obvious to us. They were doing the way they want to do their game.
Say, we'll see if McCallus is correct about this prediction.
Could be. I mean, that maybe the whole thing was to kill that army they didn't need. That's why they convoyed it in there to begin with, because they wanted to kill it. I mean, maybe.
Fall of 08. He's probably right. He's always right, that McCallus. And he is, and it's a
McCallus. Stab. Yes. All right, David, I think it's your turn to call.
Yeah, that is presumably a stab of the Greece fleet. Although in this game, I don't know if I could be sure of anything. Because he didn't go Ukraine to Romania, and if he had, he would have taken it.
And last season he did. He did that to prevent this exact step in the spring.
That's just true. So interesting. I know he had to go Romania to Bulgaria just to cut the retreat off from Greece as he was taking Greece out.
But why Ukraine to set? Oh, because the fleet in Romania.
Yes.
I guess.
That was the theory.
But then anyway, if he takes that, you take Romania.
There could still be some theory here that makes sense that this is not a fight, but I don't think so. Let's see. The French are covering Belgium. Germans get into the English Channel. That's kind of fun.
Cute.
Because the Mid-Atlantic goes to the Irish, as one does, as the Turkish fleet.
That's the Turkish fleet, obviously.
As opposed to taking a shot at either Portugal or Spain, because you don't do that. You're leaving Tunis. You're best friends with the French. I don't know why.
No, it's this is some sort of weird. I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, let's just forward on to the winner. Let me see what the supply center count is, because that tells us something. So 3 8s and a 9. Building another fleet, so you can see. That doesn't really make sense if that was a war. You don't need another fleet as the Turks, so that almost can't be a war.
It's still an AT, isn't it?
Presumably.
Is it just eliminate Germany and draw? That's the thread here. Is France and Turkey?
If that's a war, you build an army here and you go forward. So it's not a war between A and T.
Spring of 1909.
Oh.
Yeah, this was some kind of arranged game state, and we knew some kind of arrangement must have been going on with these moves the way they were going. Must have been some kind of arrangement based on point differential and things.
Yeah.
So in the Olympus semis, I do have some final results here. We already learned from last game, Sploak with a huge top qualified for the top boards. Gordon McNeil finished just outside, having lost some centers. From this board, we have Andre getting 6th in the standings. So this is enough for him to get in the top board. So you can tell why he took the draw. Nick Heibel, 3rd in the standings. Okay, makes sense why Nick took the draw based on positioning. Who was playing England? Or I'm sorry, Germany there. We took away my board. Oh, France.
Germany in that board was Erevent.
Was it Erevent?
Oh,
okay.
Erevent, yeah.
So Tortellini in France, Evan Baleris finished 5th, so onto the top board. So 3 of these on the top boards. And then Erevent finished 10th, but from that position was never going to make the top board. So you can kind of see how France, and it looked like a bizarre France-Turkey-Austria alliance. And now as we see the standings, you can kind of tell why. And it's because they were playing the points, probably watching the other games as well, which were happening simultaneously. They hit this game state. They knew they were all in. Call a draw. See how well they work together on the top board.
Well, and the top board is currently being covered by the Diplomats, Ed Sullivan's channel on YouTube. The last time I checked, they were in about 1905 or so. They do an episode on every turn of the final board.
Mhm.
It's the Diplomats YouTube channel. And I think Bradley Grace is currently leading that game as Austria by a pretty wide margin. And Andre Gribikov is his Turkish junior partner. So we'll see how long Andre wants to remain the junior partner in that final game.
Yeah, and I will say we cover some of these games very rapid fire, and someone in the comments, Arabant, there was a moment where I said, I have questions, and he's like, what questions? And usually my questions are what and why, because we see these games with such limited view into what's actually happening, and especially with extended deadline press and things that go on for a while, like there's so much going on that all we see are the moves, and we just have to make these spur of the moment judgments on what's going on. And I thought that was a fascinating game. Both of those Olympus games. So I'm so glad we covered them.
We've been talking about how long a 48-hour deadline is, which is actually pretty quick in relative sense. I mean, people play games with all sorts of longer deadlines. We're just used to the instant face-to-face, virtual face-to-face game. 48 hours is actually a relatively quick deadline for some people that play extended deadline games.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we've got one more game, our Nightcap VDL Round 3, the 146th game in the history of the Virtual Diplomacy League. It is Lucario. David, what are the merits of Lucario as a Pokemon?
Actually, I don't remember Lucario. I know that is a Pokemon, but I can't remember what type it is, what its attacks are.
All right.
So I am sorry.
I'm looking it up very quickly.
You passed the first test.
It's a fighting steel Pokemon.
Aha. Okay.
A fighting steel Pokemon, and
thanks, Google.
Fighting on the steel beam of this Pokemon will be Matthew Tatanchi in Austria, Natty Schaefer in England, Kevin Fernandez in France, who debuted in VDL a couple months ago and is returning for his second go at it. Germany is Marcus Lone, who is a last-second addition to Round 3 and actually helped us get to a second board. Italy is Isaac Jukes, who joins the 3-game club with this participation, having participated in 21 consecutive hours of diplomacy. He was the GM of our Round 1 game, played in Round 2, now playing in Round 3.
In other words, Isaac Jukes is a maniac.
And I hope he's asleep right now. Russia is Hannibal TK, who just joined the VWDC server yesterday, I believe, and hopped in. Another one who saved the second board of Round 3 by signing up late. Thank you. And Turkey is the always entertaining Christian Brown. I hope he finds his way out of the box so I can see what chaos ensues. David Siobhan, it's our Nightcap. It is a lot of new names to us. What do you see here?
It's good to see Natty Schaefer back in the saddle again. He hasn't played this season, but we've obviously seen Natty a lot over the last 2 or 3 years of virtual play. It's great to see him back.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with that. And Matt Tatanchi, who I met at Cascadia a couple of years ago, and again at Whipping, like, great player. Glad to see him around. Glad to see him like trying out different formats and everything that's working out for him. And, Isaac Jukes, who just pulled out a marathon of a day just to make like 3 rounds of stuff work and make this all come to fruition. So thank you for that.
Well, without further ado, we will get right into the spring of 1901, and I'll kick it to you, David Hood.
All right, let's see some openings. Picardy Gascony Mid-Atlantic is one of those openings that it's similar to one we've seen already tonight, where you can go after 3 centers and not sort of do anything offensive to anybody. Marcus Holding in Munich is an unusual German opening. So you see it some when Germany just does not know which way to go and doesn't want to commit, but it's an unusual opening because usually going to Ruhr is just as good as staying in Munich. You can always go back to Munich if you want to. In the East, you've got the army switcheroo thing, which really just means the same thing as Venice holding and Rome to Apulia. It's just that if Austria had done something screwy, you bounce them, or so. There's some theory of the universe why people do this, but I've frankly never understood it. The Armenian fist bump, right, is this particular Turkish opening, which has become a fairly popular opening lately. It's a way for Turkey to afford to be able to move their fleet out, because do the Russians really want to go to the Black Sea and have the Turks in Armenia is the theory.
Yeah, I mean, I think David covered it there, and the only thing that is confusing to me is Munich holds. Like, why?
Follow one, Siobhan. We'll see if Munich finds somewhere to go, and it does.
It does find somewhere to go, and I get that it's you don't want to risk offending anyone, and you don't want to this and that. But most curious, and of all of this, is that Austria has given up Greece.
Wow. And smartly so, because they sniffed out this attack from Italy.
But they didn't have to. They could have just. I mean, yes, you could have bounced it with Serbia, and if Venice didn't go there, you would have lost Serbia. But then you're giving 2 to Turkey in 0-1, which is Turkey out of the box way, way, way too early. Like, do you really want Christian Brown in Turkey at 5 centers in spring of 1902? Let's talk about that for a moment.
It's an interesting choice to make to do it this way, as opposed to just sending one unit back to Trieste.
I just send one unit back. I mean, I would rather let Russia into Galicia than lose Greece at this moment.
Well, it's a pretty common move if you're worried about the Italians in the fall or the spring to go Vienna to Trieste. In fact, that used to be a fairly standard Austrian opening back when we had a lot more AI warfare in the early stages of diplomacy game. That has become less of a thing now, but you still see it some online. You see, I was playing in a game recently where the Austrian held their fleet in Trieste, and I'm like, well, I wasn't going to attack you. I was in Italy. I mean, what are you doing? So I was worried you were going to attack me. I was like, okay. So
yeah,
people play different ways.
I'm flabbergasted by that, and so I need to move past it. That we got stuff happening in the West. Denmark not only lets Bothnia into Sweden, they support them in. England takes Norway, and we get an English convoy into Belgium, which I think Picardy tried to support, but maybe clicked something wrong.
Yep. Or they were supporting the fleet in, maybe.
Oh, they supported north to Belgium instead of Yorkshire to Belgium, which is very, very easy to do on the Backstabber platform, unfortunately.
Sure.
Well, into the winter of 1901 we go. Christian Brown uses his 2 builds to put down 2 fleets. If you're Austria, you're a little relieved to see that. It's going to be double army from Hannibal's Russia, fleet army northern facing from Kevin Fernandez, and fleet London army Yorkshire, which is a very slow tempo move from Natty Schaefer in England, and Germany builds what Germany tends to build. Lot lined up here. I don't think we know really where any of these alliances are going to go based on the builds. So I think we can hop right into the spring of 1902 decision time. Siobhan.
I'm okay, I was a little bit sold by Michaelis's comment in the comment thread saying that it's maybe a rat, but I mean the Turk moving up into Albania is a little bit complicating for all of this. But no, it's actually not. I'm not mad at that idea. So in the east, but now Galicia and Ukraine and holding in the north. Oh God. I don't know that anyone knows what's happening right now. Not in the east. Like the Austrians like, hey, I'll go this way if you come follow me. And they're like, we'll come follow you, just into you.
Yeah, it's at least Matt's hoping he's got an AT going with Christian, and that might very well be what's going to happen here. I mean, he's going to take Venice.
I think possibly AT, but not RAT.
I don't see that, McCullis. I don't see how it can be a rat when you've got the Russians going to Galicia and Ukraine. That's just not those are not ratty moves.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like AT, because McCullis is right. The Austrians supported Bulgaria to Greece. They must have known that the move from Greece to Albania was going to happen.
I mean, I agree with all that, but then if that's true, then Sweden,
Russia is not on board.
Yeah, well, they would take a shot at Norway here. So that just doesn't
Russia is not on board.
Or both. Yeah.
I think it. Yeah. So I apologize that I didn't spend time on the West, but I think AT was hoping that Russia was on board, but Russia is not, and honestly, it's a bunch of red arrows in the West. So, meh.
Except for Skagerrak, that's the only real move.
Yeah.
And it goes right back. So,
whole
lot of nothing. I mean, the French do in fact take the English Channel. That matters. French get into Burgundy. That matters. The Germans do not take Belgium. That matters. But I guess the only other thing I would say is Munich to Tyrolia is a pretty early German intervention into the East when the West is still so completely unclear. But people play Germany differently sometimes.
The East is also so completely unclear. Like the Russian has taken Vienna. The Italians taking the Adriatic. Like, do we? I'm trying to figure out the.
Well, Austria does in fact go after Italy. He thinks with Turkish help. The problem is that Russia's coming, and Russia's not anti-Turkish. So,
wow.
I mean, but I do love that the PIF in the Adriatic is going to wind up being a rebuild for the Austrian.
With nowhere to build it.
Budapest.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Budapest. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right.
There was a bounce.
You're totally right. Yep.
+1 for Hannibal in Russia. A hot start army in Budapest for Austria, and no change in the West. Fascinating.
This is wild.
I'm putting us all on Christian Brown board top watch. Everybody, please go to your basement or your designated Christian Brown board top shelter. I'm ringing the alarm. He's coming.
Yeah,
and he's coming into the Tyrrhenian Sea. Look at him go.
Makes me so mad.
Yeah, this is really something. Now, Germany does make progress in the West, doesn't he? Belgium,
up into Helgoland, up into Belgium, like.
So maybe an FG finally forming here. There's support into Belgium from the French. Still got a lot of holds from the Russians in the north. It's like maybe it's a deep freeze up there and they can't move. I don't know.
Yeah, but you gotta love this as the Turk Christian Brown. Like, this feels ideal, right?
It does, but Christian's going to do something we don't expect. We'll find out soon enough what it is.
Are you saying he's going to do something dumb, David?
No. He's going to do something. He's going to do something unexpected, which is not the same thing.
Yeah. He's a weasel. Or he was. Ooh, there we go. All right, Christian gets into Serbia, walks into Tunis. So up to there. Austria's having a rough time of it.
Wow.
Kevin realizes he's not making any progress against Natty, so he reorients against the Mediterranean.
Too little, too late, though. I mean, well, maybe not too little.
With Ionian moving back to Greece, which, by the way, I do not understand.
That's a great question. Like, I understand there was a guess about Naples Apulia, but why would you? Oh, to cover it from Serbia retreating.
He could have just left Greece there and moved Ionian into Naples or Tyrrhenian or something.
Yeah. No, it's fair.
I don't quite get it.
Grease to ball is a head scratcher because if the only way ball moves is if rum supports it, meaning ball's
Grease hold Ionian does something better.
Yeah.
I think that would have been better, unless he's just truly worried about the Russians or something. It doesn't really make, or maybe he's trying to make peace with the Italians. I don't know what the theory was, but it really puts him out of position for 1904.
Well, still think Christian.
A disguised triple.
Well, we didn't say that, but Norway did take Sweden here, so that's not insignificant. There is triple-ish activity going on, although Munich to Burgundy is not triple-ish.
Well,
it's like every kind of triple I ever try and run in my life. It's never good.
+1 for Germany in the perhaps triple, and +2 for Christian Brown. A reactionary triple, perhaps, to this very fast-moving RT.
Should be.
Yeah, that's a triple build from Germany. Army in Moscow, Fleet Khan, Army Smyrna. Again, don't get why that's not the other way around unless you're going to attack Russia here.
Wait, I'm confused by the Eastern builds.
Yeah.
Army Belgium makes sense, but why not Army Warsaw? Why not Fleet Smyrna?
You would build Moscow if you really were thinking about there's going to be a war with the Turks, and you're going to have to go to the Black Sea and go down. So this is an interesting set of builds.
Oh, no, the West's going to win.
Well, if the West is still the West at that point, we shall see.
Whatever the West means these days.
David, talk us through whatever
Christian
these moves
really
are.
does. He really does pull the trigger and go after the Russians here. That is literally what's happening. He's also supporting the Italians into Trieste to get rid of that pesky Austrian. He's setting up to defend Tunis. Russians don't do anything with Moscow at all. They don't order Romania at all. So I'm not sure if they thought something was happening. I mean, it's not as if Christian's going to get anything out of this, but that's what he did. Let's look at the West for a minute. So do we have all Western triple type moves in the West? The answer is yes, I think. Well, I guess you don't go Munich to boost. Munich to Silesia would have been full Western triple mode, but I think the Germans were a little more cautious than that. Actually, no, this is not really Western triple types. There's not a real good situation here for Western triple.
It's Western triple-ish, but it's not like the supported move down to Ruhr, and just like it's confusing, and nobody really knows what they want, except they want the Austrian dead. So thanks, Matt.
Yeah, that's sort of like triple-ish moves, but not really. Oh,
wait, the Austrian gets back into Trieste.
Wow.
Good gracious.
Matt, I'm so sorry. I said goodbye. That was disrespectful. So okay, there's actually a lot of interesting that happens here. So the French get into Tunis, as we could have expected. The Russians get into Serbia.
No, that's a failed thing.
Oh, it is a failed. Okay, sorry.
Albania supported.
But the Russians are repositioning in Finland and St. Pete to attempt something in Scandinavia that, without Russian help, won't work. I feel like I don't understand what these.
I think
they're doing.
Bothnia is there to attack St. Pete, and Baltic is there for a convoy, if I had to guess. I don't think this is a play on Scandinavia.
Russia hopes it is. What Russia has done maybe is screw up their defense of St. Pete by going to Finland, because that can be
Russia hopes for an attack on Scandinavia, and Germany's like, haha, I have pulled one over on you.
Well, winter of 1904, Italy's going to build one, as will France. Christian Brown will have to pull one of his units in a game that has not ceased to surprise. Let's see if anything is conventional here. It'll be a Fleet Marseille, Fleet Rome, and Christian pulls the army in Smyrna.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It was either that or Albania.
Yeah. Spring 05, Siobhan.
All right, so we got Norway getting into Barents, but a lot of red arrows around Norway itself. Bothnia does get into Sweden with Russian support, protects some Baltic moves. Yorkshire to Albania, as the sassy people do. And Budapest finally takes Trieste, so Matt Tonchi, the army has been disbanded. I presume we won't see that walked out of, so thank you very much. And Tyrrhenian Sea is disbanded as well, so what did I miss, David?
Nothing, except that I think we're all missing a lot about what's going on here because it's just not clear.
Yeah, I need to be in these conversations.
But clearly RT have made up again, which is fine. Probably smart.
Ish. How does anyone actually make up with Christian Brown?
Well, he did support the Russians into Trieste. That's got to mean something, at least in the short term.
Yeah, I just like the way this is changing every season or two is mind-boggling.
Fall of 1905, and Russia walks out of Trieste so that they can put in Germany. David, what do you think about that?
Why not would be my question in this particular game. The answer is, I don't know, why not? It's a legal move. There's got to be some.
I mean, you can do anything you want.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what that's all about. You know, the French coming into the Ionian is interesting. You got to wonder if Isaac thinks that the French are not going to try to slam into him next. It's almost got to be what the French are getting ready to do. There's a lot of stasis in the West. I mean, we sort of were poo-pooing the Western Triple thing because it didn't really make sense to us. There are a lot of armies holding. Burgundy holding.
I'm just going to say that the Germans moved an army into Holland and a fleet into the north. Couldn't we see some move down into the French homeland?
Well, I don't know. I mean, this is a stab of England, right? I mean, Russia supported Germany into Sweden in the spring.
Right.
Now they're taking. I have to believe this is all stab on England. But to your point, Siobhan, given the way this game has gone, maybe this is just an elaborate. I mean, we expect the unexpected. Why not? English Channel.
I mean, I'm looking at Germany, looking at the stab on England now and the future stab on France, because why not?
2 builds for Germany and 1 build for the resurgent Christian Brown. These are going to be fascinating from Germany. You got to imagine at least one is a Fleet Kiel. Fleet Kiel Army Munich, right?
Yes. 100%.
The world is making sense again. And it's a Fleet Smyrna from Christian Brown. That's very responsible. We will head into the spring of 1906. Siobhan.
Yeah, I think we see some moves that show exactly what I was saying.
You're right.
Anti-French from the German. Like, we drop into the Channel, we drop into Picardy, we attempt to move into Burgundy, but we also drop into Ruhr where we can support that next season. And why not? Like, the English aren't a threat. Where else are they going to go? Where else are they going to get growth?
You know, we've said this before a lot on DBN. France can go to the Mediterranean, relatively early in the game. They can get extended like this, but it's so easy to get overextended and leave yourself open to this, because it takes a while for your Mediterranean activity to get anything beyond Tunis unless you get lucky. And so in the meantime, you better have your other borders dealt with diplomatically, and he does not.
Yep. And it's they absolutely were not dealt with, which is why I brought this up last year. So I'm like, I was looking at this, I'm like, if I were a German in this position next to this France player, I don't care how good our diplomacy is. I need to take advantage of that. Because
And
I'm the
thing
worst.
is, in the fall turn, you can take Brest with the army and move the fleet to the mid-Atlantic and really have France by the kahunas.
Yeah, which is exactly the place he's in now. And I appreciate this so much on Marcus's part. Like, this is brilliant.
Fall of 1906, exactly as you two predicted.
Yeah.
I mean, France still builds because they took two Italian centers. So they're still building, presumably an army in Marseille, but I guess we'll find out. What else is happening in the east? We didn't say this, but of course, Christian has been attacked by the Russians with their German buddy, and they took Serbia in the spring and try to take more in the fall. Russians are going to take Norway. This is a Russia-German alliance that's really gotten some progress here.
Yeah, it's really fascinating how when board dynamics change, how just like this goes this way and that goes that way, and the Russian actually maybe came out on top of all of this.
You know, one tactical point you might want to make about Natty's fleet in the Barents Sea, there wasn't much reason to go to Norway. If they were going to attack you, it was going to be with support. You might as well go to St. Pete to keep them honest, to make sure they can't build in St. Pete.
Right.
So if he'd gone to St. Pete, he actually would have taken it. So that's just a little tactical point there. The Norway thing was unlikely to ever accomplish anything, but St. Pete, on the other hand, would have been very accomplishing.
Winter 06 is going to be 2 builds for Hannibal's Russia. He'll only use one of them, a fleet in the north coast and a wave fleet keel from Germany with his one build. Army Marseille makes sense out of France. Barents, that's going to get pulled. Yep. Fascinating.
Kids, kids, do not try this at home. Do not wave when you're the Russians. You almost can never afford to wave as the Russians. Almost never.
Never. No. I literally never wave.
The Russians almost never have enough force because they're usually a two-front campaign. They almost never have enough units, so you just cannot afford to wave. I know somebody's going to argue that point, but that's my opinion.
I will say on behalf of the DBN, we talk about how cute we find waves on occasion, how like we're like, oh, that would be like a really sophisticated move to make. As the Russian, literally never.
You look at the line, and it's easy to find the spot where they could use another unit. I mean, Vienna is a gap in that front line, and you're going to an Army Warsaw can come through and plug that gap. But in Hannibal, I trust he might have something up his sleeve.
Well, he may be thinking that he can do it in pocket and figure out some way in 1907 to get Sev free to build a second fleet or something. Might have been the theory.
That could be
no.
I'm searching for.
This is not the time.
Searching for a theory. Paris is gone. Burgundy taken behind it. German fleets just move wherever the hell they want because Natty's got those armies instead of fleets. There wasn't any way for Mid-Atlantic not to have to retreat. But do you retreat up there, or you just go to Portugal and make them take you out? I don't know. In fact, if you go to Portugal, you've got a guessing game because you've got a fleet English Channel. I guess the theory was he's going to go take Natty stuff.
But what?
I don't know why you do that when your French target is still alive. That's risky to take both of them on.
Yeah, and how does Irish really help you? I mean, you're going to get London regardless, whether or not you're an Irish. I don't know how
I
Irish
mean,
helps
to be
you.
fair, Irish was the retreat, not a move. But I
like the retreat to Portugal thing.
retreat to Portugal over Irish.
I know the
Absolutely.
theory is you're going to die. Your fleet's going to die, and you have to rebuild it way back home. I know that's the theory. Yeah, Peter's right. You could also go to North Africa. Yeah,
It'd be a walk. It'd be a walk to Tunis in the fall. Yeah.
Take John Jameson's advice. NAF.
don't take John Jameson.
Take John Jameson's advice. Put that on the quote board for
North
Siobhan.
Africa would have been nice. Now you couldn't. Yeah, you would have known for sure because it would have been a retreat. You would have known for sure that if you went to North Africa, you were going to take Tunis. Yeah, you guys are totally right.
Fall of 07. What treats does this game have in store for us?
The retaking of Brest is a treat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So France takes Brest. France takes Brest while Burgundy takes Picardy. England just reclaims their homeland. Germany goes Munich to Silesia. Love that. Love that for them.
Germany's in big trouble.
Yeah, Germany's in big trouble.
The wheels have come off the cart. Completely come off the cart.
And the wheel of time keeps turning, as they say.
Hannibal has taken Sweden and Trieste from the Germans. Oh, their retreat to Vienna, though. I guess he didn't notice that. He didn't notice that Vienna couldn't be covered.
Losing
you know why
Sweden,
Vienna couldn't
be
covered? Because they didn't build Army Warsaw and go to Galicia like they should have.
They didn't. Yeah. No. So those decisions are coming to. Yeah, but I mean, otherwise, it's a whole lot of hot nothing.
There's a tactical blunder.
Gypsy Doodle.
There's a tactical blunder from Germany. If we go back to that fall, I just want to show the tactical blunder by Germany here. Look, Burgundy goes to pick, Irish goes to MAO, Brest goes to Gascony, Paris holds. If Paris goes to Gascony here, every support is cut, and Brest is guaranteed to be held. You don't have any risk of accidentally getting in because Brest is bouncing you out. So that again goes, if you're holding the unit, got to be thinking about what can it be doing.
Don't never hold if you can do something else. Take David's advice.
No, that's a good point.
I'm sorry. Can we go back to winter?
Yes.
How is the result of this that Russia is up to?
Trieste and Sweden.
Oh, they waved. So they're up one and they have the wave.
Yeah, the wave. That's what I missed.
I know they lost Vienna, but yeah.
That's gross, but
double wave here from Russia?
No, they better build both, or I'm going to be really mad.
I won't be mad. I'll just be questioning.
Yeah. Oh, you're going the parent route, like me being disappointed.
I am. It would be disappointing. That's true.
Well, let's see. Both built. Very good, Hannibal. Right into the spring of 1907, I think. And
I get that.
I don't
know. He means 1908, everybody. He means 1908.
The screen says
numbers
1907, you know. Right, Siobhan,
it did a second ago. So yeah, I'll jump right into this. Immediately confusing to me is Norwegian to Barents. Why?
Huh.
What? Hold would be okay, but why move back to Barents? But we can talk about that later. The English, yeah, we protect Liverpool. We self-bounce in Yorkshire. I get that. The Germans freaking figure. Go back to Denmark. Go back to North. This is really boring. I feel like we're like setting up for.
Oh, it's not boring. Christian.
Oh no! I just got over to the other side of the board. You're right.
Not gonna let it be boring. He's going to take Tunis. Maybe in the fall.
Rome takes Venice. Venice retreats Tyrolia. Budapest takes Vienna. Retreats Bohemia. Oh, that is interesting in the east. Okay. I was just reading out the moves and trying to figure out what they meant. David, tell me what they mean.
No, I think we're fine here. I mean,
Yeah.
just go to the fall. Obviously, the Turks are going to take to it. Look, Christian Brown is back, baby. He is back.
Let's go, Christian.
Totally back. Germans now are taking London because that's what you do when your French activities go wrong. You just go take stuff from England if you can.
As you do.
Irish Sea to North Atlantic. Okay.
Ooh, I'm not mad about that.
So the Russians have been doing well this entire game, and that just continues with these moves, I think.
Well, can I take a look at the position at the end of this turn? So, presuming no help from the French, could the Germans help themselves to Wales and well, no. They don't have enough units for all that.
By the way, I think the Norwegian of the Barents thing was a diplomatic play to the Germans. I don't think the Germans should have listened, but I
don't think the Russians should have done it.
I'll just back off now, and you do what you need to do, and I'm pay no attention to the man in Silesia. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Exactly. All right. Well, we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, one here for Russia, one for Turkey. Finally, Christian Brown gets the muscle to take the Black Sea.
Of course he puts a fleet in Ankara.
For years of bouncing, it will finally be resolved. Or not. Or we'll bounce again. Why not?
Why? Okay, fine.
He thought the Russians might go to Armenia there, so he's got the fall.
Christian also chose to put a fleet in Albania.
Second game in a row, Christian has put
a fleet in Albania from Tunis because I have questions again.
Is he going to keep Tunis? Is he going to now keep Tunis, or is he getting ready to lose it again?
I know he's getting ready to lose it again, as far as I can tell. I love the French fleet in the Adriatic. That's somehow the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, because I don't think I've ever seen that. The Germans are pushing the French into Germany. Paris to Burgundy, Burgundy to Ruhr. That's cute. The Germans do get into Liverpool with French help, so
I think this is FG trying to respond to the big Russia. I mean, I do think that's what this is, and it's that's probably smart.
Yeah.
Okay. Back in Norwegian. Yeah, fall of 1909. Can anyone stop the Russian? Finally, Christian Brown does take the Black Sea. David, what else do you see here?
Well, he also takes Trieste because that was the whole point of getting all that. Mm-hmm. I mean, that was the point of Fleet Albania. I just wish maybe that it was an army or something. But that was the point of it, was to take that with French help. He does worry about Tunis, so he goes back, but he didn't need to worry about that. The French are his best buds now.
Right.
But otherwise, I don't think there's anything terribly surprising here. France and Germany are trying to work together and stop Russia from clearly dominating the board. Luckily, they've got a Christian Brown to help them.
I don't want this game to ever end. A perfect late night game. This game is drunk. +1 for Christian Brown. Why not? +1 for Marcus in Germany. Hannibal now vulnerable, his board top, which seemed assured just a year ago. Let's see what they put down here. Probably Fleet Kiel. No, Army Berlin. Oh, that makes sense defensively. Yeah. Going to pull a Prussia there. And an army for Christian Brown, which I can only assume will be ordered to Ankara. North Sea vacated in the spring of 1910.
Actually, the Turkish moves make perfect sense. By gosh,
they really do.
They really do.
Like, No, you put the army where the army is needed. You attempt the move on Sev where you want it. And you'll get the cut. Yeah. Like, that's perfect sense in the East. Two to Sion even makes sense. Because your fight is not with the West. The West is doing exactly what you want it to do.
Credit to Kevin Fernandez, by the way, who at various points in this game had lost Brest, had lost Paris, had a German fleet and MAO. Now he's at 7 going on 9 centers and chasing a board top.
Hey, if he wants to, yeah, I was going to say he could do all sorts of things. This is definitely one thing he could do, which is get support into the Edinburgh to knock Natty out of the game.
There it is. So yeah, he gets support into Edinburgh. He pushes himself back into Burgundy with ice. He's going to take Paris back, and I mean, David, like.
Well, I'm personally enjoying Ione into Naples because I have no idea what that's going to mean.
Oh my God,
I have no idea.
I didn't even see that.
He took Naples and Sev, and I have no idea what that means.
Feels like it could be a last, a time limit type of move. Look at this resolution. 3 eliminations, 9-9, 8-8. Christian Brown from nowhere is tied for the top. Where did he come from? Where did Christian come from?
Illinois, Peoria. He's the man from Peoria.
He puts down double army. If he has another year to work with, he could take this thing outright. It's an army Brest. He doesn't have another year. Time up.
No. Oh, we're just calling it there.
Frankly, that's fine.
No, I'm not mad about that. I've been mad about some endings today, but this isn't one of them.
I want to say, I mean, Christian obviously coming back there was pretty awesome, but you can do that if you hang around long enough as the Turks, you can get some stuff at the end. I was really impressed with the Russian play in this game. I know he didn't end up with a lone top or anything, but really played well. Was this his first VDL game?
Yep, first VDL. First
virtual,
and as far as I know. First virtual, for sure.
Honestly, the comeback was so great, and the board he played on, like, it was strong players, and I love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, this was the game of the night for me. It was every time we thought we knew what was going on, we were wrong. It was all sorts of twists and turns and shenanigans. Unique play that you sometimes get when you have players who haven't played a lot together, haven't played a lot of this style together. So all the expectations and the norms and the meta go out the window, and you get kind of a fascinating game just like this. But oftentimes what you get paired with that is less quality play, players who don't necessarily know what they're doing. This was a game where we had a lot of new kind of meta breaking play, but the newer players were solid, well equipped players, and that made for a fascinating experience.
Yeah, we quibbled a little bit with some of Marcus's play, but in general, he played really well. And Kevin coming back from where he was a good comeback. Lot of things to like about this game.
I'm going to say a thing, Zach, that I'm not trying to disagree with you exactly here, but playing with people who come from other disciplines of diplomacy, whether it's extended deadline or VDL or things that I don't play, because I play face-to-face mainly. And sometimes I play with players who are used to other disciplines, and they play very differently than me. I'm like, they're not playing right. They're not playing well. But they think the same thing of me sometimes. And so I think that the mixture of disciplines in diplomacy has been so great over the last few years, because we get to learn like how everyone thinks and how everyone does things. And I get that us here on stream, we're like, oh, hey, we just get to see the moves. And you're like, we had 48 hours to talk about the moves, or we had this, or we had that. Like, we're not critiquing you. We're just seeing literally only the map. So we love you all.
I like to think we're seeing only the map and critiquing you, but that's just me.
Well, no, you're critiquing me, Zach. That's what's actually happening.
There's a chain. There's a chain. There's a supply chain of critique that we need to keep afloat. Well, thank you, Siobhan. Thank you, David. We saw 4 VDL games, 2 Olympus. Any last thoughts on this day of VDL before we pack it up and send everybody to bed?
Different. I think I've already said this one more, earlier, but we had a lot of different types of games being played today, and I always think that's incredibly fun. There are people that play diplomacy and have played diplomacy for a long time that think that, oh, I got this game down. I know how all these moves ought to happen. You know, you should always do this. You should never do that. And these games tonight showed us there are lots of different ways to play this game, and isn't that awesome?
Yeah, and I will 100% agree with that. I've been playing this game for more than half my life, and I love it so much, and I love all the people I've met. And thank y'all for letting me be part of my first virtual diplomacy night on DBM. And before we sign off, I will say stay safe and stab well.